Once again, warm welcome to all the participating BAF community members. One warm round of welcome to all of you. Yeah, I can see they are from south and Gautam is from somewhere in the corner. So all parts of the city today. I hope that today's workshop will also be a useful experience to interact between each other, learn from each other. A lot of people who have done, implemented interesting solutions. So that cross-learning is also an important part of what we'll do today. So we have at BAF now been running a bunch of programs, initiatives, as I could call it, which are technically green initiatives, if you could call it that way. Many of you who have known might have participated in our earlier programs called Bamboos, which was like a day-long Mela workshop around sustainability. We have done the Hasiru apartment contest last year. Many of you would have participated in a sustainability challenge contest, right? So, and you all know that we regularly interact with government agencies, bodies, etc., to also influence and push policy issues around environmental issues and topic, right? So we've been working on a rooftop solar program. We've been working on a program called E-Vahana, which is around electric vehicles. We regularly interact with members on aspects related to pollution control board, CFO, CFE. A lot of people have issues around that. So we regularly interact with BESCOM, KERC on aspects related to energy and stuff like that. So the intention, if we can my slide be pulled up? Yeah. So we said that, there are lots of things that we are doing, but the time now is to also consolidate and take it to that next level, right? To create an integrated sort of ongoing and really sharp program which is contributing to the apartment communities being able to not just turn their communities into sustainable communities, but essentially take the lead in the city on showcasing models which work. And there's a certain background to why we are doing that as well, basically, right? One of the things that we are seeing is that there's a very strong change in the regulatory ecosystem, in the laws, right? So there's a very strong change in terms of how laws are being upgraded towards making environmental compliance very, very strong and stringent, right? You might have seen that in the recent times, install retrofit to DG, this, etc., right? So there will be a lot of things which will keep coming on the way. Environmental laws will become more and more stringent. I think there is no question about fighting that, right? Previous slide. Yeah. And we know that, our city is changing rapidly as well. I just came to know that in the last month in August was one of the hottest months in many, many years, or I don't know for how long. Many of you people who have rooftop solar installations would have correlated that to the number of units which got produced last month, which was equivalent to something which is produced in April and May. This is just raw data, right? So change in environmental and climate profile is real, right? We have to act on that. That's point number one, right? We know now that, in the city of Bangalore, there has been extremely aggressive urban growth over the last 10, 15 years. We are all part of that growth. So the availability, cost, quality of natural resources, right, which feeds this urban growth, water, energy, the things that we produce as an output, waste, solid waste, liquid waste, etc., is only going to complicate matters. I think the availability of resources and the availability of options to manage outputs will get trickier and trickier at this pace of growth, right? We are not keeping pace with that. Like I said, environmental policies are going to become more and more aggressive. In fact, top down from the government of India, there are very, very stringent environmental policies which are coming. And that is also coupled, in our opinion, with the government's reducing ability to be the guarantor and supplier of essential services. When you're talking about water, electricity, etc., while they will have their priorities on ensuring that to certain weaker sections of the society, etc., our feeling is that, you know, there will be more and more pricing challenge over there, cost challenge over there, availability challenge over there, right? So our feeling is that, you know, we have to become more and more sustainable, more and more self-reliant in our own interest, right? That is cost efficient, that is policy efficient, and it is dependency efficient, as you call it basically, right? But the good news is that I think there are lots of advancements in technologies which are focused on, I mean, sustainable solutions which are coming up. This conversation today is much, much better than what it was 4 or 5 years back. Many of you have implemented solutions, and I'm sure you have come across and evaluated technologies and solutions in your own, the context of your apartment. Today we'll also hear from some members of the market ecosystem. We have invited a few of them to talk about what are the advancements in technology, etc. So this is technically not a sales event. So my request to all the market partners is that you're not here to come to sell, right? This is an ecosystem event. We have to work together and say that, you know what are technologies, what are possibles, what are the requirements, what are the constraints, etc. So we have to work and curate the solutions, right? So in that spirit, I think some of the market partners will be here. So please use that opportunity also to push discussions in terms of what are the expectations, right? Are technologies meeting that requirements? Finally, I think there is an opportunity for us as a community, as apartment resident community, to have collective influence and demand, right? So a lot more demand, and that's a message which also goes to both the market ecosystem, vendors, etc., and all that, as well as the government, to say that as a overall community, these are some of the expectations in terms of policy, solutions, pricing, cost. We will be able to build that pressure and influence better, right? And today we'll have, I welcome Praveen Peter, who's the convener of the KPCC apartment cell. So we now have something called apartment cell, which got constituted before the election. It was a little late, but it was a good thing that they did. Okay, it at least helped us build a connect, and eventually, of course, the government got formed. It has continued being our liaison with the government on certain things that we want to influence. So we'll also shortly have Professor Rajiv Gowda over here, who is joining us. He is the chairperson of the apartment cell, but more importantly, he's also the deputy chairman of something called the State Institute for Transformation of Karnataka, which is the erstwhile Planning Commission, has been now renamed to that. He's the deputy chairman of that. So in some sense, they are the ones who are influencing policy, planning, interdepartmental work, etc. So we're working closely with them. We are keeping the pressure on to say, Praveen, Professor Rajiv Gowda, right? The government has to be accessible. The government has to be, has to listen to genuine demands and requirements, and policies and processes have to be amended and changed accordingly. These kinds of workshops and formats are hopefully our way of building that influence, because a lot of things that we will do over here will possibly go and get translated in your own apartment community. So we'll hopefully be able to say that, hey, you know what? We are doing this here, but change the policies for a lot more people to do this. In fact, incidentally, yesterday, we had an opportunity earlier this week to meet Mrs. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw on the topic of just evangelizing wastewater reuse. That's a huge issue amongst multiple apartments. They all have STPs, but they don't know what to do with the excess treated water, and this policy is very unclear in terms of how you can reuse it, etc. So we are evangelizing a mechanism for saying there has to be a clear policy on treated water reuse. So she tweeted yesterday, tagging BAF and saying that this is a very important issue. So we're building a lot more wider support base to help, I think, apartment dwellers and residents to this thing. So, which is why I think comes to the topic of saying we now say that is BAF Hasiru for us, right? A lot of green progressive initiatives which brings collective influence towards policy and solutions. So residential apartment communities which are efficient, conscious, and progressive in their environmental citizenship, as we call it. You will all be sort of role models towards building it. And in the process, you will be compliant, you will be cost efficient, right, is what is our belief. So you will be resource efficient. You will hopefully also build a culture in your communities of being climate conscious. Because today, I think there's a lot of awareness that is required among average residents of our communities to know that, what are some of the impact and implications on the city, on the environment, on the climate. But that, I think, will happen slowly. Let us all see how we can build that, that awareness and sensitivity towards this thing. And hopefully that will translate into more conscious home buyers, because one of the things that we have seen is that, most of our members have issues which are historical, legacy, buildered into this, buildered into that, etc. Hopefully by doing more of these activities and building more consciousness, the future home buyers will be a little bit more aware at the time that they are buying their apartments itself. And that should translate into pressure towards even the real estate industry to say that, how do we build buildings which are compliant, climate conscious, and effective, right? So I think it will set a process for expectation for everybody around. And finally, as an apartment resident community, can we also influence the wider resident community of the city to do a lot of things which are motivational and which are impactful, right? So essentially, let us become efficient, let us become effective, let us also create the awareness within our residents, and finally, can you also spread that impact and motivation to the wider city itself, possibly maybe beyond Bangalore itself. At least Bangalore is the first focus. I would, a quick note of mention and thanks to a few partners who have joined us in their journey. We have Bangalore Creative Circus, where we are today conducting this event itself. So Ajay and Manisha, I don't know, I think they're still setting things up, etc. But like I said, this is designed to be like a urban climate lab, urban living lab, as they call it. So please find, Ajay is there, if you can just quickly show of hands. So take the time to go around this place. I think they have put some very, very deep thought in terms of designing this space to make it almost like a sustainability lab. I have known Ajay for 20 years now. He's quit a flourishing legal career to get into the space and do this exclusively, right? So there are some mad people out there. We have Smarter Dharma, Sriram and team. Sriram, if you can just lift your hand. So Smarter Dharma, I think, is a very interesting company which is working with various stakeholders on looking at bringing technology and knowledge on making sustainability practical, right? So they will be around over here, and they have an interesting tool which people can check out. Basically, we'll do. Correct. So there's a, what he's saying is that there's a tool which you can try it out, which will, you have to give some inputs of your building details, but how sustainable is your building and community, some quick output that you will get basically. You can connect with Sriram and team today. Then we have Jay and Tulche from Zero to Positive. Jay, Tulche over here. A very young compared to our team, which is extremely focused on building a lot of knowledge and engagement in the sustainability space. So they are helping us program manage this, this event and going forward the program. They are the ones who are responsible for a lot of things that you will hear, learn, do, etc. The content for today's program, the design for all the activities, etc. has been picked up by them. So thank you, Tulche and Jay. We'll go back. You want to quickly pick up your piece as Professor comes in? You can flow in. He will do a quick debrief on some rules and regulations. No, I'm just joking. Just help you introduce to the space and get familiarized with this. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Vikram. Hello, everyone. A very, very good morning to all of you. My name is Siddharth, And on behalf of Bangalore Creative Circus, I just want to say we're so grateful and so honored that we are playing host to the first ever edition of RetroFit, which is really something that has been part of our dreams for a very long time. We thought it would make sense at the offset to also orient those of you that are unfamiliar with the space. So that's what I'm here to share a little bit with you about. Bangalore Creative Circus is, in essence, for us, it's a little bit of a theater of our imaginations and of our hopes and of our dreams. And how that's played out in our design is we call it an urban living lab, as Vikram alluded to a little bit earlier. And what that essentially means is that it's a space that really looks at sustainability in our opinion, quite a holistic and comprehensive way, to really bring together people that are already working on solutions, that already have the knowledge, the change makers, the solution providers, and how can you bring all of these diverse people under one roof and create access to their work to individuals like you and I, to communities like yours and mine. How can we really bridge that gap through almost a model of a one-stop shop? So if you look around you, you would see so many really diverse things happening around you. And my hope is that in the few minutes that we have, I can share a little bit about how this came about. So the story of the place traces back to 4 years ago, where the co-founders, Ajay, one of whom, started this place. It was an old tiles stockyard. And from then, really, the seed was sown through this intention of how can we bring together creative expression and art and use that as a language for climate action. And through time, that intention and that vision has kind of evolved to almost become a thing of human culture. So normally when we think of sustainability, we really think of environmentalism. We think of green technology. We think of clean living. But our hope is to maybe expand that view in the hopes that maybe we can engage with the world in a more harmonious and holistic way. And maybe an expanded view would be this interconnected view of the entire human ecosystem. And I heard Vikram say the word ecosystem, which is really what we're all trying to do, right? Build ecosystems to create larger impact. And in our current ecosystem of BCC, we obviously have quite a few demonstrations of solutions, most important of which is the architecture. So obviously you can see the skeleton of a factory, but all of the interventions that have been made are largely using salvaged material, upcycled and repurposed material. The same goes for the interiors, the same goes for a lot of the art that you see around. And this, in some sense, helped us to bring down the embodied energy that was taken up to build the place. But we realized that we are equally a community center for bringing people together through various opportunities. So how can, in our everyday functioning, also reduce our operational energy? So you'll see, for example, we have no need for artificial lighting because we've opened ourselves up to natural light. But with light also comes heat. So we've also tried to deploy quite a few of these passive and ecological solutions to bring down the heat. For example, integration of plants. We painted the roof with a specific type of paint that reflects the heat and reduces the temperature by a little bit. On a hotter day, we would have opened up the west side where those windows will open up to allow for cross ventilation and similar such things. You'll also see like these whirly birds, if you look above you, these turbine vents that allow for hot air to leave. So these are just some small examples that also go beyond this to include rainwater harvesting, dry waste segregation, wet waste composting, some food production systems. How can we bring food production into the urban space where most of us are almost exclusively always consumers? So we're experimenting with 4 different techniques, if you will. There's hydroponics, which is the growing of plants exclusively in water, no need for soil, can use vertical spaces. Aquaponics, the synergy between algae, fish and plants. In that corner, that whole green section is an edible garden that is inspired by the technique of permaculture, which is essentially mimicking a natural forest, but growing edible stuff. And we're also growing mushrooms in old paint buckets. So these are all part of our urban living lab. And we call it a lab because all of these things are experiments, transparent for everyone to see, constantly evolving, constantly transforming, constantly being co-created through its engagement with different people. And each one of these things, from the architecture to the art, to the interiors, to all of the green systems, to some of the information that you'll see up there, every single one done with a different collaborator. And that's really the foundation pillar of what we do here. How can we bring people together to share existing knowledge and solutions that can already solve most of the problems in the world? Right? And that's really why we call Bangalore Creative Circus. I think it was also kind of inspired by something Einstein apparently once said, just this idea of how no problem can be solved by the same consciousness that created it in the first place. How can we use this idea of creativity? How can we use this idea of reimagination and innovation and bring together knowledge from various sources to solve today's problems? And a big part of what we do, as I mentioned, is creativity. So we have an entire section beyond these walls that is dedicated to creative arts. So there's a maker space where artists can use tools and technical assistance to make anything. There is an art gallery where they can then display and sell their work. There is a sound room for musicians, all beyond this. And finally, there's an upcoming design studio as well. So in some sense, this space really is founded on these ideas: collaboration, interconnectedness, maybe a holistic view of sustainability to almost become like a culture of our living. And finally, just this idea of community. And I'll end with that, but I just want to maybe leave us with a small quote to allude to the importance of community, at least in the way that we work. And maybe I'll finish this and answer your question. Okay, maybe I'll just finish the sentence and then take your question. Yes, so just to maybe cement this idea of why community is so important, something all of us know, but really so important, right? Just this idea of how if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go together, and if you want to go far, you go together. And that's really like one of the pillars of the space. Yes, sir. Yeah, for a few reasons. The question is, why is it called circus? The first two words, Bangalore and creative, are quite self-explanatory. The word circus really represents 2-3 things here. One is that all of the people that helped set up this place came from various different backgrounds, but shared one thing in common: a commitment and a passion to maybe create positive change in the world. So it's a place that brings together different people through different inclusive ways, but it's also a place for different people. So in the way that it's used used as a museum, it's used as a community center, it's also used as an art hub, and it's used as a demonstration site for solutions. So it's in some sense bringing together a lot of things that are out of the ordinary, which is something that you would associate with in a circus. And that's why it's called a circus. Yes? Yeah, so what are the types of food production systems we have here? Hydroponics is the one that you see up on the railing there, that is using a channel called a nutrient film channel, onto which there's nutrient water, onto which there are plants growing. Beyond there in that section that you can't see entirely is aquaponics, which you've also heard of. The garden there is permaculture. Permaculture is more like a design science and a philosophy that can be used to design any human system. This is one such attempt at using it to grow food. And the last one is mushrooms, which is growing mushrooms in old paint buckets, and we work with a local organization called Nuvedo, where they grow oyster mushrooms and other types of culinary and medicinal mushrooms. So this particular system of the mushrooms is currently in some sort of maintenance, so it's not currently visible. Yeah. So if we have no more questions, I'll close, and I wish you all a fantastic day ahead. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Sid, and thanks, Vikram, for setting the context. Now, on to my section. I'm just going to share a little bit of context regarding the larger picture of Bangalore and why we're discussing themes of sustainability and self-resilience within Bangalore. A lot of this is possibly something that a lot of you already know, but it's about us really putting it into context, right? Of why are we doing these things. I hope you can see some of these images, but we're happy to share all of this information later on as well. This is just trying to capture the increase in the size of Bangalore. Bangalore's literally grown from over here, you can see about 69 square kilometers in 1949 to about 741 square kilometers and further expanding. So there is still kind of discussions with the next master plan that Bangalore is going to continue to expand. And how is that expansion happening? You can see over here some of the red spots is where the initial built up area is, and we had about 70% of green spaces. This is in 1973. So again, we can see that green becoming red with the built up space. So this is how Bangalore's physically expanding. This is how the green cover is in some sense reducing and being replaced with built up area. And who is really staying there is this large population, and we're scheduled to be at about 18 million in 2030. So this information was put together by ourselves at Zero to Positive and Smarter Dharma, and I think this is the key figure, right? In 1970, we had less than 400 residents per square kilometer, and we are scheduled to be at 14,000 when we reach 2030. So that's 14,000 people that are consuming, residing, playing, working in the same space that earlier 400 people used to reside in. So this is just setting the context of where we're actually, situated. This is another great slide put together by Smarter Dharma, where we can see what has been the impact of this built up area and the impact of this population boom, right? And the key theme here is the fact that it has linkages to housing, to mobility, to air and water pollution, to waste, to green cover, to actual infrastructure as well, and then health. We can see a lot of, currently I think it's dengue season, so there are a lot of dengue outbreaks that we're noticing. And finally, the strained government and administrative services. So while the government is trying their best, they're also struggling in terms of meeting the current demand. Yep. So these are just from the last maybe month or so. We are seeing, again, these are news articles a lot of people would have already seen, the rain deficit and the super dry Bangalore. Back. Yep. And the effect that it's having on the water scarcity as well. And today they're saying that the water scarcity that we're experiencing today will only be felt in January when the months get drier. So again, saying that, okay, today it's a little hot, today it's a little humid, but it doesn't affect me, the water is still on in the tap. But the reality is this is going to affect us in the coming months, and that is what we're preparing for today. Yeah, this is a recent figure, and this is a news article which captures the fact that there's a 40% deficit of potable water right today. This is the kind of demand is about 2,100 million liters of water every day. This is what we get from the Kaveri. So there is a deficit, and again, the number is only going to continue to increase when we reach that 20 million in 2030. Yep, this is an image of, and the irony of the fact that on one side we have the water scarcity, and then on the other side we also experience a lot of floods. So it's really about our water management approach, which we need to look at, and which a lot of the solution providers, including EcoSTP, Boson Whitewater, and Urban Civic, are actually solving for. So the key theme of all of this is we're really living in a different world, right? What Vikram said, what Siddharth mentioned is that the solutions that we used previously are not necessarily going to work going forward. So previously, if we dug a bore well and we said, okay, now I have water in my taps, and let me continue living like that, that is not necessarily going to be true going forward as well. And we can see not just water, but we can see the impact being had on other aspects like food, like energy. And the last two news articles that are here is saying that we're still scheduled at 8.5% GDP growth. So the city is still growing. The built-up area is still continuing. Last year were, in some sense, record years for the real estate market as well, regarding built-up area, regarding the number of houses sold. So all of this is leading to the fact that, you know, this is the situation of the city. This is the environmental situation. This is the built-up area. And what we're saying, we're taking today to just pause for a second to say that, yes, this is the reality. This is the struggle that we face. But we do have the solutions. That's the key takeaway from today. Yep. This is an aspirational slide where we looked at what are the determinants of well-being. And we can see it starts with the people, but it's also the lifestyle, it's also the economy. And today we're talking about these two pieces, which is all of this is situated in the natural habitat. It's also situated in the built environment. And that's what we're focusing on. How do we work with what we have? So again, these are the different elements that we've identified. Again, very happy to share these figures and images with you for your reference. And today, we are going to be speaking about energy and water, but we've mapped out all of these other themes as well. It's not just energy and water. We realize it's linked to materials and waste. It's linked to food. It's linked to biodiversity. It's also linked to flood risk, which is becoming a real challenge in apartments today. So the hope is through the Hasiru Communities program with Bangalore Apartment Federation, we have an opportunity to address all of these themes and not just focus on one or two aspects, because we recognize that interconnection. So some of the key questions that we have for today regarding energy is how can we ensure consistent supply of energy? Energy is what runs our kind of homes, our offices as well. How can we optimize our energy usage so we can do more with less or do more with even the same? Because that is today the requirement that we have. And finally, how do we protect ourselves against the increasing costs of buying external energy? And that's where folks like EcoSoch come in and other solar providers who are actually looking at energy security. Similarly, with water, how do we ensure consistent supply of clean water? A recent fact while we were putting this slide together was the fact that the majority of water in Bangalore actually has a very high TDS, which is hard water. So we end up using a lot more energy and just to clean that water. Then how do we optimize our existing use and reuse of water? And we'll touch upon this when we move into the next section regarding water more specifically. But the reality is the water exists within Bangalore. Again, it's just about how we manage it. And finally, looking at the linkages between water and energy as well. That's where EcoSTP comes in regarding using a low energy solution to reusing water. So that's a quick overview of the themes. I hope that context is relevant for all of us here. We're very happy to speak a little bit more and share these with you. And the agenda for today is as follows. We're just at the introduction. We will be listening to some of the fellow BAF members and their experiences with energy and water as well. We're also going to be listening to some of the solution providers. And we recognize that a lot of these could be very heavy topics, and then it ends up being a one-way kind of lecture almost, not even a discussion. So the idea in the second half, and you may see some of the tags that you have the air, water, names on them. That's actually because we're going to be playing a game in the second half, right? So we're actually going to do a mock exercise where we push you to become management committees for these apartments and actually look at retrofit solutions. So there is going to be a lot of engagement. So we're going to have that in the second half. and we're hoping to share some of those experiences from addressing retrofit solutions. And finally, we're hoping to wrap up by about 5 with the final results and awards. Yeah, just to summarize, and this is the key themes for today, is the fact that we're facing unprecedented challenges. Our solutions of the past are not necessarily going to help us going forward. And the hope is that we have the solutions we need today, right? And we have the solutions we need right in this room. If we look around, we look at fellow apartments, we look at some of the solution providers, we have the solutions here. And finally, we're saying that working together gives us the best shot for a better future. So it's really about building this community, building this collaboration with each other. Yeah, I think that's about it. Back to, yeah, Vikram.
Thank you, Jai. I think that was a very, very impactful talk, I should say, complemented with good data points and, yeah, motivational. Thanks. I would like to now welcome Professor Rajiv Gowda, who's here with us. Like I said, he's now the Deputy Chairman of the State Institute for Transformation of Karnataka, SITK. So he wields a lot of influence and power, sir. So, and we have a lot of, especially, I think a lot of things are happening already. And from BAF's point of view, I think we want to take the lead in enabling our members with solutions, knowledge, etc. But there are certain aspects around policy which we will need support from the government, which needs to be unlocked. Our experience is that there are a lot of pieces which are there. It needs to just be brought together, different departments, different areas. And yeah, you're doing the multi-area, multi-department interfacing anyway. So we look forward to your thoughts, sir.
Thank you, Vikram. Good morning to all our BAF community members here and the presenters who just finished. It's such a pleasure that you're all working together on an environmentally conscious initiative like BAF Hasiru. As the previous speaker pointed out in quite a lot of detail, we're seeing transformation, not just of our immediate surroundings and neighborhood, but of Bangalore and, for that matter, the larger planet itself. And here in this city, those of us who grew up here have seen a lot of change over time in terms of rainfall patterns, the number of months you actually might need an air conditioner. Earlier, you never did in Bangalore. And then these sorts of strange patterns of excessive rain versus not enough water to drink. All these contradictions coexist in our environment today. Now, one of the interesting things is that when human beings face challenges of this sort, we are an adaptable species. And so we rise to the occasion and we say, okay, what can we do to cope, to adapt, and to thrive and overcome the challenges that we face? Now, in the context of apartments, however, it becomes a little more complicated. Each one of us may have a very strong inclination to do something. We may want to plant more trees. We may want to use solar energy for heating. We may want to install a separate, what shall we say, plumbing for non-potable water to be reused, brown water to be reused in particular contexts, etc. But for all our idealism, for all our passion for doing something, we can't do this alone. We have to do it with everybody else in the apartment. And in that apartment, there might not be enough space for planting trees. The rooftops may be otherwise occupied, and you may not be able to install solar panels. And certainly, if it's an older apartment, it becomes that much tougher and possibly even inadvisable to mess with the plumbing. So this is the sort of dilemma that people face. And it's in this context that we in the apartments domain, I am a fellow apartment dweller. Luckily, an apartment which is relatively brand new, so it does have separate plumbing for, at least for brown water and an STP on site and various things like that. But there's still many things that we can do to lower our impact on the larger environment. One, of course, is to mobilize within the community and to see whether there are certain actions you can all take to address these issues. So I think the previous speaker had a series of points with regard to energy. There are many ways we can cut down on energy use. For example, I think in my apartment, the fan is on in the elevator all the time. Okay, whether somebody's in there or not, it seems to be on all the time. That seems to be the first. I'm just thinking on my front what might be possible. But also there's very little solar utilization as far as I can tell. This is, behind us, where we live in Baswangudi, is some 30-40 acres of gardens of the Ramakrishna Ashram. So we are going to benefit from its cleaner air and its water harvesting capabilities and various things like that. But we're not doing enough or more in our own community. And one of the things that people can do is find ways to install sumps, water storage structures that can then help you cope and help you avoid, especially in the outskirts, the whole challenge of the tanker mafia, right? So those are some of the issues that come up. But the other thing that you can do is also in terms of coordination amongst yourselves. See, an apartment by itself is a good thing because it's a dense agglomeration of people's residences. With that density come various benefits. Your footprint in terms of land usage is lower, but at the same time, it allows for collective action. So, for example, carpooling, right? Ways of sort of reducing your impact on travel and transportation could make a huge difference. I don't know how many of you have initiated even something as straightforward as that. Just to give you some good news on that larger transportation front, in a couple of weeks, we will see the last mile connectivity between Bayapanalli and K.R.Puram completed. The moment that happens, we are actually planning a big launch event, and we're planning a movement leading up to the launch called Personal to Public, where we're asking people, we haven't launched this yet, we're just waiting for a set of dates, but we're asking people to take a pledge to switch from private cars to public transportation for twice a week, okay, which is, for a lot of people, that's how often they go to work, to the office itself. But to make this work, I've been leading an interdepartmental effort to ensure that at least at the K.R.Puram metro station, there will be a whole bunch of buses that run to the outer ring road and things like that at 5-minute intervals during peak hours. So if it's going to save people an hour or two of commute without the stress, standing 1 hour in a metro, I think is a much better option than driving 2 hours and battling traffic and all that stress that comes from driving to work, right? So that's the sort of possibilities. And if you carpool and do things like that, you will be in a position to address the first mile connectivity, which we have not yet taken up in a big way, but because that's a larger citywide effort, we're at least making sure of the last mile. Now, on this issue, the other dimension that I want to point out is that you have another force that is in every apartment building, and that is your children. And children and youngsters are idealists, and they are wondering what kind of a planet we are bequeathing to them. What are we leaving behind for them? Instead of being trustees of a planet and making sure that we leave it in better shape than we found it, we're actually giving them a burden and a challenge that is quite a challenge for them to really cope with. But because of their idealism, their energy, their willingness to do things, you can get them involved in a variety of activities which can change the way we go about using water, using energy, whatever else, planting trees in the neighborhood, lots of things like this. So last week, I was in an event in Mumbai where something called the Climate Actioneers Primer, a beginner's toolkit, was released. I was there for this function because I thought it was a very nice concept. And they have sort of a action a day to keep climate change away, a set of 366 suggestions. So what I'll do, I'll try and get hold of a soft copy of this and share it with you all. So if these are the kinds of tangible actions, it could be as simple as, don't keep the water running while you're brushing your teeth. It's simple things, but cumulatively they will have an impact, right? So, and then of course, when this book is published, we'll figure out a way to share it with the BAF people as well. And when this happens, we'll cultivate a consciousness amongst our youngsters and of course amongst our seniors as well. And at the end of it, I think we'll be able to set in motion a set of activities, a set of, we'll be able to take those simple steps that cumulatively will go a long way to achieving the goals and addressing the problems that our friends have already outlined in the opening session. Now, I would have loved to have been here to listen to the outcome of the brainstorming, to engage and take things forward. I do know that during the last election campaign, whenever I went to apartment complexes, I would make speeches. People would respond with their various issues and demands. And I would also issue a call saying, while we are talking of Kaveri water, etc., please also do something about rainwater harvesting. And it's not clear that people were willing to take up that as that particular challenge. Or for that matter, even waste management. Better issues. I know there are policy challenges there. The whole everyone must have an STP kind of a situation. It may not be the most practical solution. Anyway, the point being that there are lots of things that we can do together. We need to be open-minded and flexible, and BAF leading this initiative is really going to help the idea catch fire in a positive way. And, and I think we'll be doing our bit to address climate change and making our city, our state, our country, and the planet a much more happy, habitable environment going forward. Thank you very much for inviting me. And I can't stay because I have to go to the airport now. So please excuse me if you don't mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. If I'll request you to Prof, for one more minute, if we can have you here. Sir, if you can also come. You talked about kids and youth. Jay, who was presenting over here, is one of our youngest committee members, management committee members. That's how he got in touch. So we have known him for a while. So I hope that's a good example of involving youth in affairs, of running of affairs. So I would like to also let you know, Prof, that as a part of this, the program, to bring together a lot of knowledge, action, case studies, best practices which are existing within us, as well as bringing a lot of technical knowledge from the external ecosystem. We're launching a small microsite which is called baf.org.in. Everybody knows our website. So BAF_Hasiru will be the place where we will bring all the future knowledge together in one shot so that it becomes accessible. The idea is also, and today we have a few partners from the supply ecosystem, the technology ecosystem, the market ecosystem, who will share technical details. The idea is also now to see whether we can bring a marketplace together of solutions and technologies which are useful, right? So we have engaged and connected with many of them earlier, but I think now is the time to also say that, hey, with the market we can work and enable solutioning, right? So this represents our first step in that direction. So if you would like to notionally say, declare BAF Hasiru as open, right, that will be great.
It gives me immense pleasure to declare this very, very comprehensive and impactful website, BAF Hasiru, open.
And if I can request Sir to just hand over a small token of our thank you to you for joining in. So Lots of expectations, and of course on the policy side, sir, I think we will be the bridge to funnel some of those inputs and hopefully work with you on some of the progressions over there. In fact, yesterday we had Kiran Mazumdar short tweet about a very important topic of reuse of wastewater, treated wastewater. So yeah, some of those places require policy unlocking. So we'll look forward to But thank you so much for sparing your time and any closing thoughts.
Since I'm flying out, I'm going to recycle this and give it to my colleague Praveen Peter, who has joined us, who's the convener of our apartment cell at the KPCC.
Actually, Praveen is our ears, hands, and eyes and legs on the ground. A lot of times when we gently nudge Prof to Praveen, so get things done. But thank you, Praveen, for joining in as well today. And we hope we will be there a bit for a longer time and spend time. So thank you, Prof. We'll let you go now. I'll now hand over, the real proceedings. Sure. Huh? A 5-minute. Yeah. Okay. We will take a quick 5-minute break. I think the restrooms are all in that side corner, and we'll reconvene by 11:15. Please don't take much more time because we are only getting to the real part of the workshop now, right? The rest of it was all, sorry, I don't want to say gas, but anyway, it's the meatier part of it is over here, over the next. So 5 minutes, we'll reconvene back. Thank you all.
One must have an STP kind of a situation. It may not be the most practical solution. Anyway, the point being that there are lots of things that we can do together. We need to be open-minded and flexible, and BAF leading this initiative is really going to help the idea catch fire in a positive way. And, and I think we'll be doing our bit to address climate change and making our city, our state, our country and the planet a much more happy, habitable environment going forward. Thank you very much for inviting me. And I can't stay because I have to go to the airport now. So please excuse me if you don't mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. If I'll request you to Prof, for 1 more minute, if we can have you here. Sir, if you can also come. You talked about kids and youth. Jay, who was presenting over here, is one of our youngest committee members, management committee members. That's how he got in touch. So we have known him for a while. So I hope that's a good example of involving youth in affairs, of running of affairs. So I would like to also let you know, Prof, that as a part of this, the program, to bring together a lot of knowledge, action, case studies, best practices which are existing within us, as well as bringing a lot of technical knowledge from the external ecosystem. We're launching a small microsite which is called baf.org.in. Everybody knows our website. So BAF Hasiru will be the place where we will bring all the future knowledge together in one shot so that it becomes accessible. The idea is also, and today we have a few partners from the supply ecosystem, the technology ecosystem, the market ecosystem who will share technical details. The idea is also now to see whether we can bring a marketplace together of solutions and technologies which are useful, right? So we have engaged and connected with many of them earlier, but I think now is the time to also say that, hey, with the market we can work and enable solutioning, right? So this represents our first step in that direction. So if you would like to notionally say, declare BAF Hasiru as open, right, that will be great.
It gives me immense pleasure to declare this very, very comprehensive and impactful website, BAF Hasiru, open.
And if I can request Sir to just hand over a small token of our thank you to you for joining in. So lots of expectations, and of course on the policy side, sir, I think we will be the bridge to funnel some of those inputs and hopefully work with you on some of the progressions over there. In fact, yesterday we had Kiran Mazumdar short tweet about a very important topic of reuse of wastewater, treated wastewater. So yeah, some of those places require policy unlocking. So we'll look forward to thank. But thank you so much for sparing your time and any closing thoughts.
Since I'm flying out, I'm going to recycle this and give it to my colleague Praveen Peter, who has joined us, who's the convener of our apartment cell at the KPCC.
Actually, Praveen is our ears, hands, and eyes and legs on the ground. A lot of times when we gently nudge Prof to Praveen, so get things done. But thank you, Praveen, for joining in as well today. And we hope you will be there a bit for a longer time and spend time. So thank you, Prof. We'll let you go now. I'll now hand over, the real proceedings. Sure. Huh? A 5-minute. Yeah. Okay. We will take a quick 5-minute break. I think the restrooms are all in that side corner, and we'll reconvene by 11:15. Please don't take much more time because we are only getting to the real part of the workshop now, right? The rest of it was all. Sorry, I don't want to say gas, but anyway, it's the meatier part of it is over here over the next. So 5 minutes, we'll reconvene back. Thank you all. We'll do the champions and the thing. Okay, I very nicely pass it on to. But yeah, this we can reconvene.
Yeah, if everyone can get seated, please, we'll just move on to the next part of today's agenda, where we really want to listen to the experiences, right? Because it's very easy for us to talk about, okay, install solar or install an STP, but the reality is there are lots of challenges, and we're hoping that even the game that we have in the second half is going to showcase some of those challenges and bring to light some of them. So if I can invite Mr. Breston from Century Saras. Mr. Breston. Yeah. Yeah, so the format for the next about hour or so is we'll have various discussions about the experience that BAF members, fellow BAF members have had. And a lot of members and the case studies that you will also find on the website actually cut across various themes. It's not just energy and water, but we want to start by showcasing examples, hopefully to inspire and to provide some hope that it's already been done, it's very much possible. So over to you, Mr. Breston, to share a little bit about Century Saras's experience.
So this is on energy and water.
Yeah, what's been your experience?
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can hand it to me, I'll hold it.
Thanks. So hello everyone. So my name is Breston De Silva. I'm the interim president currently. I finished my term as a president as on July, but since nobody stepped forward, we are continuing for another 3 months. I guess that's the case. I think that's the case for everyone, right? Most apartments. Nobody wants to step forward and take responsibility. So Century Saras is an apartment in Yelahanka. It's about 128 units. Currently housing about approximately 400 residents. We took possession in November 2015. And I think, coming to full occupancy took about 2018, 2019, right? So I think two things that we did, and this was a result of attending another BAF function, which is bamboos, right? So 2018, when we attended that, we saw initiatives around, water preservation, using solar as a renewable source of energy. And these two things caught our attention because one, in terms of our common area electricity bill, that was nearly 1 lakh per month, right? So that's about 12 lakh of expenditure, right? And second was in terms of water, right? We don't have, Kaveri water or the BWSSB water in our apartment. We are, till date, over the last 8 years, we are still, surviving on or self-sustained on the bore well that we have, right? But at the same time, when we studied, we saw that the water consumption was extremely high, right? It was about 45,000 liters per day, right? And since that was the only source of fresh water for us, it was important that we use it wisely, right? So one of the things that we did, and which was an idea that we got from the Bambos event, was use of aerators, right? Now a simple change from installing aerators in taps, especially your wash basin and your kitchen, can have a significant saving in terms of water, right? So we were able to reduce the per day water consumption from 45 to 38,000 liters per day. That's 7,000 liters of water saved in a day just by use of aerators, right? Another change that we did is we promoted, and the beautiful thing is that we engaged the children, right? Instead of a a top-down approach, it was a bottom-up approach, where children were engaged, in promoting the use of aerators. And another thing that we promoted was also bucket bath instead of showers, right? We all know that when you shower, you never know how much of water you're consuming, right? So we promoted, bathing, right? Use of one bucket of water, right? So that also helped us save some water. Now, in terms of solar, in 2019, when we made this proposal in the AGM, most people were, apprehensive. They didn't really support it, so it didn't get approved in the AGM. But what did get approved was forming a subcommittee to completely study solar and then, make a proposal. I think when we made that proposal in 2018, it was, an idea, and we had had some estimates around the cost, how much it would cost us, right? But for most people, solar was, they associated solar with just, for water heating, not associating solar as a form of electricity or, power or energy that you can utilize for your apartment, right? So there was a lot of apprehension, especially with older people, that, it's a lot of money. I think the total cost for us was about 50, right? So it was a lot of money that had to be utilized, right, for that. So nonetheless, we formed that subcommittee, and we created an RFP. We identified vendors. We visited some of the reference apartments that they gave us, right? We polished that entire proposal, and then finally had that made a proposal in an SGM, where we presented a 5-year ROI and the reduction on electricity bill, right? Which would also mean that, as an owner, I think the biggest expense that we have, apart from buying the apartment, is the maintenance charge that we pay, right? So that was a big saving, that there would not be an exponential increase in the maintenance cost per square feet, right? So after having implemented solar, we have been able to save at, from 2020, June 2020 is when we completed the project. Our common area electricity bill drastically came down from close to 1 lakh to under 20,000 per month, right? And then once we completed phase 2 solar, which we did last year around September, when we finished phase 2 solar, our electricity bill right now is just the bare minimum. It's probably under 7,000, and most months, but some months, especially during the monsoon, when the production is not much, we see some spikes, like going up to like 14, 15, or upwards of 18,000. But otherwise, if you're on a good sunny month, our electricity bills are under 7,000. We have 2 meters. So, yes. No, we've not done that comparison. Yeah. Pumping, correct. Correct. True, true. Good point. Yeah, sure.
My question was, you have saved 7,000 liters of water by putting aerators.
Correct.
My question was how much electricity was saved? Because you are pumping
Correct.
300 meters below from the borewells up to another 30, 40 meters. So it's a huge amount of energy. You may be using 7.5 kilowatt of borewell pump and overhead pumps of another 5 kilowatt, 12 kilowatts of power per hour.
Correct.
So that is a 12 unit per hour you can save if per hour you can save. I think anyone doing this aerators, please look at electricity bill because more than the water was free for you. Water was free, but electricity they have saved. That is where people have to look at it.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you, Preston. For an apartment which is like outside of the city to manage all these things, it takes a lot of heart for someone to say, okay, I don't need BWSSB, etc. But still, they've done it, and in some sense, they are, guiding us. So next, I would like to call another apartment who has taken the lead. They are a medium-sized apartment, one of the Shobhas, and they have put various efforts in terms of energy and water. I would like to call on stage Mr. Raghunandan, sir. He's, I think, currently the president of the management committee. Last year, when we had gone to their apartment, Shobha Palladian, to check out the various things that they have done, we really had an amazing experience. In fact, their STP operator was even willing to drink the water. To that extent, he was claiming that it's of value. So would you like to share some of your thoughts on how you have gone about it? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank BAF for inviting us and giving us this opportunity to share our experiences. As Mr. Pradeep mentioned, so we have installed the solar, for generating energy. So earlier, we used to have about 35,000 units as a consumption from BESCOM. Now it is reduced to about 5,300. So you can do the maths, there's a lot of savings in that. And that's of course only for the common area lighting. In addition to that, we have all the STP water which we use internally. We do not discharge it outside at all, for the flushing as well as for the gardening as well. And we have a very good, composter. So we don't send any wet waste outside. And even the dry leaves, whatever we have, internally, we use that as a manure, and we use that for the garden. So we just send only the dry waste and the reject waste. So rest, all others is used within the premises. And we also have the sensors, of course, thanks to the developer. So when we have people moving around in the corridors, so it's motion sensors, only then, you'll have the lighting. So otherwise, all of that is saved. So these are some things, which we have been doing. And it was very interesting to know that, one of the partner mentioned that, we can use the STP treated water as a tertiary treatment plant. Now that will be very interesting probably if, that works out, we probably will be looking into it. So if there are any questions, if anybody have. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Yeah. In fact, just to add to the leaf and twig, there are leaf composters that are available, and there are certain devices with which you can make chips of these twigs and all that. Of course, it need to be dry and things like that. And there's a maintenance cost of those devices. But yes, that's possible, and some apartments have got those, but by and large it's a different process. The wet waste is you need to extract moisture, and for this there should be moisture, so there's a slight difference in those. Okay. So next, one of the thoughts that I always used to have was very small apartments may not be able to get the benefit of volume. Okay, but in some sense that got removed from my mind when our next speaker from Sundale Apartments, Avinash Hegde, is going to share how he has got solar power and water and all these things so wonderfully done. It's a small apartment, less than 50 units. So Avinash, I would like you to share your experiences, please.
Thank you, Pradeep, and thanks to BAF for giving me this opportunity. Okay, I'm Avinash Hegde. A little bit of background about this thing. I'm in the Merchant Navy, so I've been in the Merchant Navy for 43 years now. So I have a little bit of technical background which helped me to drive most of the initiatives. I moved back from abroad in 2017. When I came back home, I found that most of the time we don't have anything environmentally friendly in our apartment. Everything was run the way like as if it's an endless resource. So after about 2 years, my first focus was to do composting. So in the last 2 days, I saw a lot of messages about, composting. I just want to tell you one thing, that 95% or 98% of the people do the normal bin type of composting. That is aerobic, but it's a bin. Okay, so what I did was I went to Swachhagraha, I looked around, and I spoke to the guy who uses all the different composters. So there are about 15 to 20 different type of composters there. Now he's been using it for years together, so I spoke to him and I got a lot of feedback from him because finally he's the expert. So I boiled it down to a different type of composter. It's called a rotary continuous composting. The advantage with that is the input cost is about 1/3 of the bin type. You don't need bioenzymes. Okay. The composting process is much faster. It's only about 2 weeks. Okay. And it's purely a mechanical thing. There is no power involved, nothing. The kind of compost you get is fantastic. As an accelerant, what you do is basically, I'm just giving you a brief thing. You can meet me afterwards if you want more detail. You use part of the final compost as an accelerant. The only input you require is coco peat, nothing else. And coco peat is dirt cheap. So now for the last 4 years, we have been using only our compost in-house for our garden. We got a lot of green space. So do look at the continuous composter. The one big advantage with this is, unlike the bin type, you need 2 sets. But here you don't need 2 sets. Just one composter. It comes in, I think, capacity of up to 25 kgs, which should be enough for about 30 apartments. And there's a bigger variety which you can use for up to 50 apartments. But the space occupied is much lesser. And we've been using it for 4 years without any issue. And it doesn't need a very accurate, control over the inputs. So this is a big thing. Okay, then the next thing we went in for is, our apartment is 25 years old. Okay, so I started looking at solar rooftop. In 2019 of March, through EcoSoch, I installed solar rooftop. One was for the pumps and one was for the general lighting. So our bill used to be approximately 15,000 for the pumps and about 5,000 for the general lighting. So we had to put 2 units because this is 2 separate meters. Now after the general lighting, of course, the load doesn't change. It is the same whether it is January to December. So nothing has really changed. So that was fully compensated for. So the bill came down to 0. Okay. So we put about a 4.5 kilowatt plant. Now people look at us and say, oh, yours is only 4 kilowatt, yours is only 10 kilowatt. But that's not the point. The point is the unit cost for small apartments is much higher. Please remember this. When you all have 100 apartments or even 50 apartments or 100, 200 apartments, your unit cost is very much lower than for smaller apartments. So this is one big advantage that big complexes have. Okay, please keep this in mind. So don't say it's the small apartment, so it doesn't apply to us. No, it's the same, it's just scalability, nothing else. Okay, so what happened was after we installed this solar rooftop for the pumps, where the bill was about 15,000, we put approximately 10 kilowatt system. Totally 10 plus 5 was approximately 11 lakhs at that time. Our bill for the pumps came down from 15 to about 4,500, 4,000, you could say, depending on the season. Now, what solar does is, if I'm not mistaken, Harsha can confirm that the ROI is about 5 to 6 years. Okay? Now, what solar does is, it doesn't bring in efficiency. Yes, because of net metering, you definitely have an advantage. But please remember, efficiency is a totally different issue. 1 year later, I started exploring this water meter business. Because I said, why is it that in every other resource you have a user pay principle, but in the case of water, you don't have? I know many apartments have gone in for aerators, this, that. I have done that. We have seen it. People, what happens is many of the apartments, people take out the aerators. And remember, aerators are effective only if you're opening the tap fully. So then you say, okay, there is a 75% reduction in consumption. But not all of us open the tap fully. So my policy, my philosophy was, why not have this water consumption metered so that the user starts paying for their own water. And we moved the water consumption out of the general maintenance bill. Once we did it, the immediate reduction was 30%. And please remember, the water cost is a minor part. It is the power which made a big difference. So now, when we were getting about a 5,000 rupee bill on the pumps, that immediately within the month, it came down to zero. And in fact, we were getting about 500 rupee credit. So I have done the maths. When we started with solar, our maintenance cost was 4 rupees a square foot. This was in 2019. Okay? Once we implemented the water and the solar, our maintenance cost came down to 2 rupees a square foot. And 4 years later, it is still 2 rupees a square foot. That is because we have insulated ourselves from one of the highest maintenance part components. Now, I'll just give you a very simple example, okay? 26. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'll just give you the simple maths. Okay, we've got totally 45,000 square feet billable area, okay? From 4 rupees, it has come down to 2 rupees. How much is it? How much is the saving? 90,000 a month. 90,000 a month. Approximately little over 8 lakhs a year. Okay? Now, for solar and for water metering, when I say water metering, I include repiping. We did the complete repiping so that we need to put only 1 meter. Of course, we installed 2 meters because we have Kaveri and borewell. So those are separate lines, but we did that consciously. We could have easily done 1 meter. So for water metering, we spent 6 lakhs. So together that was only 17 lakhs. And we were saving 8 lakhs a year. So you can imagine the ROI came down from 6 years to 2.5 years. And the beauty of it is to, I can't hear you. Yeah, so that you can just divide 17 lakhs by 26. It's about 17,000, 70,000, I think. Okay. Okay, so if anybody wants any information, you can contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Avinash. It's always a pleasure to listen to you, and I hope a lot more of us will get enthused to try all these things. One moment.
Yeah, I think I always keep saying that, right? There are experiences, practices, champions within our own community. We don't need to discover. In fact, the secret of BAF has been to say, hey, you tell him, you tell him, you tell her. So that's the power of the network. So thank you to all the people who have, and everybody is doing something or the other. I mean, I see the Salarpuria team over here. They were one of the first to implement the EV charging model on campus. We'll probably have another retrofit session where some of those things we will discuss more. They'll speak about it basically. But I quickly wanted to invite Praveen for a bit. We always joke saying that, you know, with Professor Rajiv Gowda talk policy, with Praveen talk actual which minister to meet, what to meet, and he enables us that. So I'll give him the space for about 5 minutes, and in general, anything which is conflicting with the government, agencies, etc., please feel free to raise it briefly, because it's important for all of them to know what is the practical challenge and scenario on ground, and take that forward to sort of, in some sense, lobby with the government for solutions. So Praveen, over to you.
Thanks, Vikram. Eldrigu namaskara. Very good morning to you all. In fact, I was scheduled to come at 12:30, but then I feel happy to be here at 10:15, so that I understood, and a couple of speakers who spoke after Vikram, especially the gentleman over there, and the points which you all covered gave a lot of insights. So like Vikram said, professor goes on policy work, but I go on action. So I work closely with the Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar sir, who is the in charge for the Bangalore today. And practically scale and reach, these two things I believe is what is important to in numbers. You know, I was just talking to Vikram, and there are about 1,200 apartment which is registered under BAF, and we were talking about 3.2 lakhs apartment dwellers. We just multiply that into 4, we see about over 1 million of people who are already registered BAF users. And whatever we talk, if in case we apply at our own space, I think we'll see results. And on a larger scale, what I think is to enhance this kind of programs in different part of cities, and also to tier 2 cities, and slowly move it pan Karnataka. The agenda of the government, in fact, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar always says, I want to create a history in Bangalore. That's the reason he has created a brand Bangalore, and is involved all stakeholders to give their inputs. And BAF is also one of the team members in the brand Bangalore kind of an initiative. And I completely understand. I don't want to make it a one-sided kind of a discussion. I understand how government reacts. There's a huge vacuum between the bureaucracy, the decision makers, the politicians, and the residents, is what I feel. So we have been talking to the DCM whenever we have time, leisurely, not on his official time. We say the kind of numbers what we are talking in Bangalore, especially in apartment living areas. What happens is, Vikram has experienced this, and even Rao sir knows, whatever issues you come up with, and we discuss it with the bureaucracy, and it goes to a certain stage, and it drop downs because of the commitment levels. Urban living mindset versus the politicians' urgency towards solving your issues, we see a lot of gap in that. This is where people like us who try to step in and try to bridge that gap. So actionables is what I want to talk, and I'm happy you've got such a vibrant team like Vikram and Rao sir and BAF. They've listed out key items, what is to be delivered from government, what kind of actionables can be delivered, especially the new registration policy which now has been changed and there is an issue to it. As far as sustainable energy, we want to get this to even at colleges level, take more stakeholders into the process because we are limited numbers here. Until and unless this reaches out to the larger audience, including the bureaucracy, including the officers, then it makes a change is what I feel. And in the next engagement, I want BBMP to partner with you all, in multiple locations because we have got different zones, north, south and east and west zones, BBMP zones. We would like to scale this up and get more audience, understand. People are willing to adapt. As Professor was rightly saying, we are a species who get adapted, we can adapt to the conditions, we can change. But then only thing is the reach. Many of you were asking questions to the all three different apartment sizes of speakers who were talking to you all. In fact, you're trying to understand. So I want the BBMP JE, the engineers, AE or engineers, and your BBMP, Kasayator Baradu Nimmanatra, Paura Karmikas who come, those are the people who you engage with. I can see a big smile in Sir's face. Because you have to interact with the stakeholders, that is very important. And this Gruha Jyoti, what I was talking to Vikram, we have given this 200 units free. In many residents, there are 180, 150 units. Electricity goes free, especially maybe to your maid or drivers or, there are a lot of schemes and there are a lot of benefits which government gives. And even in the common areas, we were talking about a lot of changes which we wanted to get in the electricity usages, how to get the maintenance fee down, and where all the stakeholders can help you all. So I'm happy to take some questions, in fact, to pass it out to our team back there with the DCM and the IAS officers, the BBMP joint commissioners. So I will take this event very strongly, go back in the drawing room, work with the commissioners, joint commissioners, talk to them and saying that these are the kind of ideas which the stakeholders have. We have to collaborate with them, take it to we should more have a subject of this in the schools and universities and colleges so that the generation to come, they understand at the initial level so that they have an idea of what kind of plans you guys have, the youngsters have, to take it forward to the next level. So these are the education department. We need to get the stakeholders engagement in a larger level is what I feel. And going forward, I think with the team, with the organizers, I'll work closely with the BBMP and all the major stakeholders. Government is key because we have to work closely with the government so that, at the end of the day, the rules what apply, it will all be beneficial for all of us. So in case any questions, I'm happy to take, and I'm thankful for the BAF Hasiru Retro team, and I'm happy to stand here in this environment. It gives a pleasure because we'll keep working only in Vidhan Sauda and in that kind of areas. Standing here gives us little more respite. So thank you all, and we will take this forward to a meaningful end. Unlike other politicians, ನಾನೇನು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನಿರ್ಗಮಿಸಿ ಅವ್ರ ಪಾಪ ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಗ್ಯಾಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಭಯ ಆಯಿತು ನನಗೆ. So I'll take this constructively from here. I would like to you guys to share that that slides with me, and definitely we will make an effort talking to the commissioner, joint commissioner. Next, Mahadevpura is a big area, Whitefield and Mahadevpura. I would request the organizers to have one program there, and I will ensure I will involve BBMP in that so that the stakeholders are also there. In case possible, I will try to get the DCM DK Shivkumar also to inaugurate that program is what I can commit to you all. Thank you so much. Have a good day ahead. Thanks. I don't know if this will come there.
BAF Hasiru ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರಿಟ್ಟು ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಬರೀ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷಲ್ಲೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಆವಾಗಲಾರು ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ. ಉಳಿದವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಹಸಿರು ಅಂದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಹಸಿರು ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮಧ್ಯನಾರು ಆವಾಗವಾಗ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರೆ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಆಂಗ್ಲ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದೊಂದು ದೌರ್ಭಾಗ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್. How many? Overall in the city? In the city, we should maybe about 12,500 to 13,000 apartments. What is your 15 to 20,000? Yeah. Even the way the city, we keep getting plan sanctions. Maybe about 15 to 20 apartment plan sanctions a week. So that's the pace in which it's growing. All the developers are moving to Bangalore from other cities. Yes, madam.
Whenever the government is treating the apartments, no, the rules keeps on changing. Like 2010, 2020, maybe 2025, new rules are being introduced. But the blanket imposition of those rules on all the apartments, like suddenly they say that apartments without STP, you have to do this. So whenever government is framing the rules, they should keep it in mind that one apartment 50 flats are there, and if they don't have the space for STP, where will they go? So this time frame should be kept in mind while imposing any of the rules, that prior to this, okay, this is considerable, prior to this time frame, this is considerable. Because whatever government has given to the flat dwellers, we can't expand the space, no, suddenly, because the government is imposing some rules. So while framing any of the technology advancement and going eco-friendly, going green, it should not be imposition, and penalty, if possible, should be avoided. Because suddenly apartment dwellers cannot come up with the kind of space and kind of money that required.
Old apartments, whatever is there, any new changes, we have instructed the offices to go on with the new policies for the new apartment plan sanction when we give. If you look at today, I was reading the newspaper, 15 years old vehicles are getting scrapped. So we are looking at even redeveloping the older apartments, which is maybe about 40 years or 30 years kind. But then new policies, new engineers today, whoever takes decisions, the new commissioners, are, to be honest with you, are highly educative and understands the on-ground issues. Without cabinet approval, there will not be any kind of changes. In case if there's anything which is harmful, please bring it to BAF's notice. We are happy to help you out on that, madam. Sir. You can tell me, I can hear. You can come here. I think if I'm taking more time, then we'll start. Last question. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬರುತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಿ?
Thank you. Mr. Peter, so one aspect that the government of the day should focus is they should pause and stop considering apartments as one cash cow, because the policies that are being devised, they treat the layout dwellers differently than the apartment dwellers. And STP, the apartments have the mandate. They also have a mandate to pay 5 lakh rupees of CF per year of fees for CFO renewal and so on. So 20 lakh rupees in my apartment we are about to pay for 5 years of CFO renewal. For installation of some device in the DG, we are going to pay. Then we pay CEIG fees, 1 lakh, 2 lakh rupees annually that we end up paying. We have KSPCB compliance, we have STP compliance, we have waste disposal compliance, all of their compliance. And then we are complying and then we are paying cost of that compliance as a fees to the government. And of course, there are intermediaries which we want to avoid. When we avoid, somewhere we are not able to avoid. So these are the aspects I would take this chance to convey to you, that whenever the policies are being devised, apartment dwellers should not be treated differentially from the layout dwellers.
In fact, we have to treat you more favorably because you are the guys who give us more tax than the layout owners or layout residents, individual house owners. But then the only thing, I'll be very frank with you, what government or the politicians or the stakeholders feel is apartment or nam vote hakalla. That is one wrong feeling. Apartment olagade hogakagalla. Security will stop us. Nobody can enter. That notion we are changing along with BAF actually. But then I take your advice or suggestion, whatever you have given. But then you are the guys, because we do a tax analysis, and if you look at vis-a-vis, there is a comparison that you guys give us a lot of revenue, there's no doubt. But only thing is more, what do you say, the kind of relationship what you build in the local ward level or the corporator level or this thing matters most. I'll take this as a positive suggestion, sir.
Yeah, quickly hand it over. Bang on point. No, in paucity of time, Praveen is here. You can badger him separately over there, right? He's here on the behalf of the governance. I think he made a very important point. Let me add a little to that. Today, at least between some of us in BAF, etc., one thing that we know is that at the level of multiple departments, etc., to go and talk about this issue is much more compelling. Like today we can go and tell, saying that why is this CFO being charged at 5 lakhs? You tell me the basis for why you are charging 5 lakhs, and in other states it's not so much this state, why is it this way, right? We can go and ask that question. So I think a lot more awareness has come to saying that, and today we get meeting to go over there. But the larger push, which will happen only, like Praveen said, is the political legitimacy for apartment residents as voters. And I am not saying I'm not saying, Praveen, I will vote for you or not, basically, right? That depends on whether, what comes across as somebody as a candidate, as a party, etc., all kinds of kind. But as apartment residents, urban residents, if the government of the day, parties of the day have to accord legitimacy, people have to feel that, hey, these people are a political force, right? I think some of it has to translate. So when we do a lot of these programs and when it goes to our communities, I think eventually our residents should also realize that all these things matters to change the day-to-day quality of life for them, right? So it matters. I think it's a slow movement. Probably we'll do more and more work. It will require a lot of your support to build that legitimacy, to say that, hey, apartment residents are citizens of the city. They will vote, they will come, and they will change. They can change political fortunes is what we have to establish. We are not yet there, right? That's the true fact. But having said that, a lot of these policy changes and all, we will continue to push. And what we do here today is also, for example, today's retrofit activity summary will go a long way in presenting on aspects around energy and water efficiency and whatever policy problems are over there. We will be able to take it and make a compelling case. I'll hand it over to Jay. We'll have the next part of the technical presentations.
Yeah, thanks Vikram, and thanks everyone. I think some of these conversations are exactly the reason why we wanted to host an event like this with the focus on retrofit, right? Is so that we can have these discussions, share the common challenges, and eventually get to solutions on what do we do now. This is the current situation. What do we do now, and how do we build together and move ahead? Let me introduce some of the solution providers who are present here today, and we'll be talking about some of the problems that they've identified related to energy, related to water, and to kind of complement what the government is already doing. So the first presentation will be by Harsha from EcoSoch Solar. Over to you, Harsha, and they will be around throughout the day, so do catch them in case you're interested to clarify some of the questions.
Yeah, if you can. Yeah, I'll just, maybe not. Skip it. Hi, thank you, Jay, and thank you for organizing this. I think my understanding is I have 5 minutes, so I'm just going to go quickly the presentation. But before I start on the solar, one of our taglines for our company is also that, conserve first and let sun do the rest. On the conservation part, one of my suggestions I've been doing it, implementing in my apartment, is that you can actually measure these days with a smart plugs. They're very cheap. They're like 700 rupees that you can plug into your AC, your geysers, and everything. They're available in the Amazon. You can actually do two things. One, you can actually monitor how much of your geysers are consuming or ACs are consuming. That will give you would know that how the consumptions are. Second thing is you can set the auto counters and to turn off after 10 minutes, 12 minutes. I'll hopefully write one paper on that, doing some experiments on that, but that's on the conservation part. Now let me go to the solar. So it's called smart plugs. There's a few companies, Wipro, Philips, Cubo, they are there in the, what's that? They're in the Amazon. Yeah, you can find them in Amazon. Smart plugs, yeah. This will be very interesting for you to do it in your homes. That has nothing to do with the solar, right? Same thing, why are we doing solar? Solar, essentially we're trying to do is, one on the environmental, but mainly on the economical reasons. Now, you can actually put solar and save your electricity bill quite significantly. Avinash sir from Sundale, Palladian, Shobha, Century Saras, they've already given how it has been helped their apartments by going solar. Essentially here, all you're trying to do is generate the solar on your roofs, consume it within your apartment, right? You're not selling anything to the BESCOM. If there is excess energy, BESCOM will actually adjust it at the end of the month. Okay, that's a net metering policies are there. Earlier it used to be very difficult. Now it has been completely streamlined. So anyone who can apply, you could actually get them. Few of the myths that I just want to tell about solar is people think like my roof is very difficult to do because there's so many things. That's not true. There are enough technologies now. I mean, enough structural things that we do where you can actually install the panels on the roof. And also we have really good technologies out there to measure how each of the modules are working, right? The warranties come for 25 years. Then how do you know that this system really works? Most of the initial, when the proposals are got to the MC members, people shout it down because they say, how do we know that this really works? This is all scam. A lot of these things come. But today, there is a lot of accountability built into the technology itself. You can actually see how each of the modules are working for you, right? And these systems last 25 years, technically, and it's not any more new technologies. This has been there for almost 15, 20 years now. And people are seeing the results in our apartment complexes already. As Avinash was saying, Sundale has already got the return backs. We have data of generation that you could actually, we can share it with you, how the other apartments are doing it. Regarding the ROI part and the investments, typically the ROIs these days are looking at around 4 to 5 years. You can get the paybacks. So that's something that we can again share. If we are here, so you can always talk to us. The last thing that I want to do is how the procedures work. I mean, how this whole process could work for you. You, as someone was telling, you just need to start the discussion within your community, engage with some of the vendors. They can give you a lot of information, right, about how the systems work. One way to do is, if you feel that the apartment is too big, you can actually get the consultants to do an RFQ for you, right, and then float it out to all the vendors in the market. I know that DLF, Karthikeyan sir is there. They have done it very nicely. Also, Century sir has had done. Of course, we didn't do the projects. Both the projects we didn't do, but it was the right thing to do as well for the apartments for you to, execute the projects. So, thank you very much. If there are any questions. On the finance part, just to tell you, as a company, we have engaged now with some of the finance providers, the NBFCs. We can actually do collateral free finance for you up to 1 crore, right? Beyond 1 crore, I think you might have to put some FDs in the banks to do it. Your own banks can actually also give you the finance as well based on your FD and how much money you are collecting from your tenants. That's possibilities there. But when we look at the numbers, sometimes it just makes sense for you to only to invest. You don't need to actually go to the bank as well. So that's something that you can keep in mind. Yes.
What is the present cost of per kilowatt general cost? And second question is, do you do on OPEX basis? OPEX basis.
It's a good question. The costings could vary depending on the size of the plant. You could look at anywhere from 55,000 to 65,000 rupees per kilowatt. But also, I have a quote which is now going in one of the apartments in Bangalore, where the cost is almost like 75,000 rupees per kilowatt. The reason is it's an elevated structure, very complicated roofs. So they are there, you know. Regarding the OPEX model, unfortunately, sir, this is to Praveen sir. See, the KRC actually has a regulation that actually says that you cannot do OPEX model, means someone else, third-party developer coming in and investing on your roof, right, is not allowed in Karnataka. They say that if you have to do it, you have to do gross metering, and they pay for every unit that you generate, you get like 3 rupees. It's peanuts, literally. I mean, you know, so it's not viable at all. So the only reason we have OPEX partners who can actually invest, but most of them went away from Karnataka today, primarily because the OPEX models are not allowed, and that's something that I would actually request BAF to take it up as well. It's a lot of, no one has these restrictions. Actually, if someone is investing, they are putting their sweat money, you know, and then they want to make profit because no one is going to do a charity on investment, right? They should be allowed to do it. It's only for net metering. I mean, sir, everyone, this is not a restriction, but there are policy issues. Every state, Karnataka, just to tell you, Karnataka is actually a good policy in every regard. Thanks to BAF has been engaging with the regulatory commission to make the policy more conducive for the residents. Having said that, but there's still some of these issues that are lingering. Many apartments, the reason why they don't want to go to OPEX, of course policy is not there, but the residents want to go to OPEX because there is no risk. He's saying, you know, I'm not putting the money, someone else is investing. All I'm doing is saving the money on a monthly basis, right? It's only expense. It's not something as a issue with them. So this is something, at least, I'm saying if you don't allow for commercial buildings, it will be great if you allow it for the residential complexes. You know, maybe that exemptions could be taken at the regulatory commission point. Right. Right. Sir, mainly, yes. See, regulatory commission feels, and this is true not just in India but everywhere, feels that the ESCOMs here are losing money when you put solar. There's a big apprehension that, you know, the solar is going to take away the BESCOM, which is not true. We have EV stations coming in across the board. There is, I just did a back of the envelope calculations. I think Bangalore has got 4 gigawatts of requirement. When you put EV, our requirement for electricity doubles up to 4 to 8 gigawatts, right? There is no reason for BESCOM to be apprehensive about this whole thing at all. But having said that, for the short term, there is going to be little friction because people may not see the long-term view of the things. So they feel that ESCOMs are losing the money. Why should someone else sell the power, right? ESCOM should be able to sell the power. So that was a restriction on that. Sir, and so that's a one thing, sir. I mean, see, when you generate power and consume it then and there, it makes more sense because you are consuming it there, right? Pavagada plant is sending the power all the way. T&D losses are there. And the thing is, the reason why apartments, whatever they generate, they don't even send it out to the public, right? It gets consumed within the building itself. If not the common area, it will go to someone else's house. So it's all the reason to allow third parties to come and invest. Then what happens is you'll see a flood of investments go into the apartments, right? It won't have any impact on the BESCOM. The only reason is EV infrastructures are coming equally on the site. So that's my 2 cents.
Sorry, sir, we'll have to move ahead. But we have Harsha throughout the day. You can have a conversation with him. He's got a stall on the side. He has his team as well. Quickly moving ahead, we have a very interesting solution. Mr. Ari is here from AB Ceramics. So he will talk to us about his solution. So if you see, there are a couple of posters that we put there and over there, which talks about what are all the different solutions. There are about 15 to 20 different solutions related just to energy. Mr. Ari's solution is a reflective tile and reflective paint that can actually reduce the heat on from the terraces. So, Mr. Ari.
Good afternoon, everyone, sir. My company name is AB Ceramic Services. I am master degree in ceramic technology. I am the inventor of a ceramic cool roof. I am the inventor of ceramic cool roof in India. I am basically working in Tamil Nadu and particularly Chennai. In last 15 years, I myself sold more than 1 crore square feet across India, including Bangalore. In Bangalore, in all apartment, you will have the problem of waterproof and heat proof, and you will have lot of heat passing in the summer, and in winter and rainy season you will go water seepage or leakage, and the only solution, you fix a highly reflective cool roof tile, and cool roof tile over the existing terrace surface. Don't have to remove anything. You fix the tile on as-is, where-is basis with suitable tile adhesive and the chemicals that are available. If you fix the highly reflective SRA tile on the terrace, this will be your permanent solution. No more leakage, no more heat. If I supply and fix with my team, I give building lifetime warranty. Building lifetime warranty, I give no leakage, no heat ingress in the terrace. I fix on the tile on the old terrace on as-is, where-is basis. This is my concept. And in Tamil Nadu, the cool roof sales is the highest among Karnataka, Andhra and Telangana. Even from homes built in village level, they apply that at a cool roof. But it is not popular in Karnataka, Andhra and Telangana. In Tamil Nadu, the cool roof sale is very, very high. So this cool roof tile part I can supply and fix with the building lifetime warranty. This is my message to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Ari. A very innovative solution and a low cost kind of solution which is permanent, and he has a lifetime warranty as well. So definitely worth exploring. He and his colleague are here throughout the day. So please do get a chance to catch up with them. This is his number as well in case you want to contact him directly. Awesome. Now, moving ahead, these were a couple of energy solutions that we had. We'd like to invite some water solutions now that are going to look at water optimization. So we have a couple of solutions. We have Mr. Tarun from Eco STP. We have Mr. Vijay from Rainy Filter. We also have Vamsi from Urban Civic, which is doing a smart meter. And we have Vikas from Boson Whitewater. So maybe we can get started with Vikas from Boson Whitewater. You can share a little bit about your solution.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you. Thank you, BAF. Thank you for this opportunity. So I'm here to talk about waste water. How many of you have STP in your apartment? Right. Is it a problem to maintain your STP? Right. What if there is in future revenue from the STP? Would you maintain it well? Right. Yeah. So this is the problem which we are trying to address. Every apartment, we have a number of around 3,500 apartments who have STP. They treat the STP treated water, and they use say 5 to 20% of the treated water they use for their either flushing or garden, right? Per acre of garden requires around 5,000 liters. So if you are a 200 units apartment, you will have 1 lakh liters of STP treated water. You will use around 20 to 30,000 liters of water. Remaining all the water is either sent to the drain or it's not used. Or few apartments, when they send it to the drain, it comes back to their basement. So they truck it out by paying money. They truck the excess STP treated water out. Or few of them who have lakes nearby, they leave it to the lakes, right? Now in Bangalore, around 200 crore liter of water gets wasted like this to the drain on daily basis, okay? What we are trying to do is this excess waste water, we set up an equipment at the apartment at our cost, treat it to a very high quality water, technically meeting IS 10,500 norms of drinking, but psychologically we have met around 345 apartments. Final last one stretch, people say, I don't want to consume, few guys won't agree and they will put a penalty on me, I don't want to take it forward. So it goes to that. So no one wants to consume, so what do we do? So what we have done is, for different areas, say Electronic City, we set up our equipment in an apartment, take the treated water, sell it to an industry near the apartment, okay? The economics, carbon footprint, all these works when the industry is between 5 and 7, below 7 kilometers is what it works out on all sides, okay? Apartments excess water problem is solved. Industries don't have to buy fresh water or don't have to exploit borewell water. So we solve both the cycles. We also solve the tanker. We give business to the tanker guys who's transporting the water to the industry. So we solve this by setting up equipment from our side. From apartment side, they have to give us space and the excess water, right? Now, like this, what had happened 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, one apartment called Pramukh Aqua Heights, they said, we'll never buy your water. If you find a buyer, you set up the system. So we went, they gave us 2 car park area. We pay rent for the car park area which we use, 7,500 rupees rent we pay to the apartment. We use their power, we pay 8 rupees per unit for the apartment, for the power which we use. We have been selling treated water so far in the past 2.5 years, not just one apartment, we have saved 960 million liters of water in the past 2.5 years. Now when we say we save water, we don't save one side of water. See, on the industry side what happens, when they buy borewell water, right? They take say 1 lakh liters of borewell water, they pass it through RO section and produce 50,000 liters water for their usage, for their application. So now there is 2 times the water which they actually use, and then they pass it through softener for their boilers, all that. So now when they buy our water, they don't have to use twice the quantity, they use our water directly for the application, they don't have to treat it. It works out on unit economics for the industry, it works out for the apartment. So we have had cases where this Pramukh apartment, they said, will not buy, we sold all the water. After 1.5 years, now they have tested their tanker water, they have tested, they started to using it for swimming pool. So next photo I have, they sent us a photo, our kids are swimming in the water which was in our flushes few minutes ago. So this mindset change takes a long time to build, okay? There is huge psychological barrier on different perspectives. So once this happened, now industries want our water, okay? We are happy to say we are selling close to 134 tankers of water, equivalent water every day. Orion Mall, Mercedes-Benz, all these places, they set up our system. They use it for their own cooling purpose. For apartments, if we are able to solve it in the city, we'll be able to save huge volume of water for the city. Not just for apartments, it's a benefit. It's a benefit for industries because they don't have to use exploited water. So we are trying to address both the sides of coin. Now, what is a problem which we have from the apartments? When we go, say, we do an investment of, say, 30, 40 lakhs in the apartment, apartments generally have a feeling that we have a lot of money. We have taken investors' money to put that equipment. We have to pay them. So what they feel is, you're selling water, can I not make revenue out of it, right? The economics for water sales has too many parameters to it. We'll have 3-4 months of fight with the tankers. Our drivers get pulled off, our tankers won't go on that. Then we have to go speak to Kiran Majumdar Shah, she will help us in one region. We have to go speak to a corporator in Sarjapur Road, he'll help them. So there is a lot of challenges, and it is not a consistent income. So we take all that risk to return this money to the investor. We put our company's equity to return this money. So the general economics for the capex to recover from selling is around 5 years. Yeah. So, but apartments, we pay them rent. That is the value we pay them. So we are useful for apartments where they are paying money to send the water out, or they are not compliant. So there is little clarity issue on what is compliant, what is not compliant. So we understand both sides of the coin. So if the government says, I will permit you to use the STP treated water for the lake, next day apartments might not even process the STP water and they directly give it to the lake. That is one side of the problem. From the apartments, those who actually maintain the STP, they have a treated water available with them. They don't know whether they can give it to the lake or the storm water. They have this challenge where to give it. So for most apartments, when they give it to the drain, it is either the neighboring building, it floods, or some who have a proper drain connection, it goes to a lake eventually, right? Now we want to enable this for the cities. If apartments have excess water and want it to be used by industries, eventually it will help them, their borewell, because the industry is indirectly extracting the borewell in the region. So as a ward level, everyone benefits. So this is what we want to convey. We have few other apartments where we have done, where one apartment said flushing water itself, there is hygiene issue, people don't use it. See, apartments, we have practically seen 200 apartments. What they do is, STP treated water is there. On Sunday, when they use lots of harpics and chemicals to treat, on Monday there is smell. If you go ask STP operator, sir, ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು 1 ಲಕ್ಷ ಲೀಟರ್ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಒಂದು 50,000 ಬಾಕಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫ್ರೆಶ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಸ್ಮೆಲ್ ಅಂತ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. So effectively 10-15% of the water is actually used, rest all is sent to the drain. And few apartments say we are using it for garden, but garden, see, that's what I said, 1 acre requires 5,000 liters. So I'll close with this. So if any apartments want to connect with us, there is no investment from the apartment. We take responsibility to distribute that water to an industry. And eventually we're looking at a model where apartment also makes significant money of water they sell. Thank you.
1.5 years back, Bangalore South had invited Vikas, and 12 of the big apartments had met, but nothing happened for that.
No, I was just saying the speakers there, so there's a bit of an echo. All right, thanks for that. Thanks, Vikas, very much for sharing that. I think a very innovative solution around actually reusing water and looking at your STP, excess STP water as a resource. And here the Bangalore Apartment Federation also have the Grey to Green program. So how do you use grey treated water to actually create revenue? So we'll quickly move on to the next solution provider, Mr. Vijay from Rainy Filter. So their product is a little bit about how do you, they have two things. One is how do you capture the rainwater and put it into a recharge well. So that is one of the solutions that they have. The other is also actually a filter, so that while you are capturing the rainwater, how do you use a natural process to actually filter out any impurities as well. So Mr. Vijay, he said he prefers to just answer some of the questions that people have. So if I can invite some questions regarding rainwater harvesting, recharge pits, also filters for rainwater. And then Mr. Vijay is happy to speak about that. Yeah. Yeah.
So good afternoon, everyone. As solar is paying you back for installation, rainwater also pays back. Just to give you, means many of you must have installed the rainwater or yet to install. Though it is mandatory, I don't know how many of you really have gone through it. But rainwater, if you are able to reuse the water, it really pays you back. Just to give you a small example, 1,000 square feet of roof area gives you about 1,000 to 1,20,000 liters of water, about 24 tankers of water. So, and apart from that, apart from it doing, not adding to the flooding of the Bangalore, which is a major problem in Bangalore. If we would have saved, just to give you an example, one street having 20 houses of 1,200 square feet on one side and 1,200 square feet on the other side, just for 25 mm. Just for 25 mm of rainfall, each house sends about 2,500 liters of water to the storm drain. So 20 houses is 50,000 liters on one side and 50,000 liters on the other side. So imagine the colossal quantity of the water that is causing the flooding in the low-lying areas. If we could have saved, per day we are spending about 1.3 crores on electricity bill to pump the water from Kaveri to Bangalore. At least Bangalore, we get good rainfall for 60 rainy days we have. If at all we could have saved, we would have stopped this flooding, the loss of the life and property, the power cost. As an individual, I am not bothered about my Bangalore, fine. But individually, I would have saved whatever the investment is. To install one rainwater harvesting system for a 30-40 house or 1,200 square feet house, the cost is minimal of 20,000 rupees, only 20,000 rupees. And rainwater being the purest form of the water, if you can get it tested in the laboratories, it can be better than your Kaveri water or the 10 times better than your borewell water. And that is the form of the rainwater. I don't know why people, in spite of paying, huge penalties, if you ask BWSSP and sir knows, they have collected 15 crore rupees as fine. People today are ready to pay the fine but not doing it. Second is, we want to cut short by making one pit and just want to, as legal formalities we want to complete. But we are not able to understand that pit system is not working. If the pit system works in Bangalore, we have got so many lakes. The borewell next to the lakes, if you would have dug, it would have given us 5 inches of water, but it is not giving. So making a 10 or 15 feet pit and leaving the water doesn't percolate because of the strata here. You have got a clay mix soil and the sheet rock. If you go to many of the lakes which have borewell next to it, don't have water. So if you have to recharge the borewell and if you are thinking just making a pit and recharging, it's not happening. I can show you hundreds of examples in Bangalore city where there are borewells next to the lakes and they don't have water. Lakes are more than 20-30 feet deeper. So making 10 or 12 feet pits and thinking that we have done with rainwater harvesting is this one. Because a 10,000 square feet of roof area, just for 25 mm, you get 20,000 liters of precious, clean, distilled water. Which you can use it to reduce your hardness and salinity in your borewell water if you can mix. You can reduce your water bill. And if some places where they don't have the, in villas and complexes where they don't have to, use all their storm water for, to pass through the STPs, you can reduce the cost of STPs. Recently, in the railways, we did a major project where, it's a huge area of 90 acres. 1 acre of land, 25 mm of rainfall is 1 lakh liter of water. Out of that, hardly 10 to 15% percolates and rest all is a runoff water. So, what I am suggesting people is use this as a resource. We are benefiting. Forget about my country, my Bangalore, and I will not leave water, my carbon footprint or water footprint. Even if I am selfish, we save a lot of money. The 3.6 crores project which we did for Indian Railways in the new Vishwesvaraya terminal, in 18 months they got back all their money. 18 months. They have got back all the money and rest of their lifetime it is free. So imagine the kind of the revenue it can generate as good as your solar also. And according to many of the reports, they said Bangalore will be the second city in the world to run out of the water. So if you want to save the pricing for our properties, what we have built, beautiful properties, we'll have to work on this. We are already, too late. And if we don't work, we are already means 1,300 feet, 1,400 feet. And out of the 10 borewells we dig, only 4 borewells we are getting water in the north part of the Bangalore and in the east part of the Bangalore. There is lot of subsurface water which need to be utilized, which we will have to understand. If you go to Kaban Park, there are about 15 wells. Deep in the month of the May also, you will find water at 12 to 13 feet. You will be surprised to know these days where we have dug open wells up to about 20 to 30 feet deep. One we have dug next to the HL area, where one well feeds 70,000 liters of water. And their 5 borewells put together are not giving them that much of water. There is lot of subsurface water. Why? Because when we were in our childhood days, there were wells everywhere. We used to remove the water. One of the causes of the flooding is because we closed all the wells. What happens now? The water comes, percolates into the earth. After 2 or 3 rainfall, the earth is saturated and not in a position to receive more water. If we had lot of open wells, we would have withdrawn the water and the earth would have acted as a sponge again to take the water. Now what happens? After 2 or 3 rainfall, everything is saturated. We don't remove the water from the subsurface, which is abundantly available. Many in the north part of Bangalore, after the airport, which is in a rocky terrain, there also we dug a borewell and we have water at 24 feet. So there is lot of water. Use this water, subsurface water, till December, January you get. Then you depend upon your borewell. Subsurface water is the most softest water. So rainwater, if you have got any other questions, please, I would love to answer. And you don't need any separate tanks also. Use the existing system.
We have 2 rain harvest pits in our apartment, but the distance from them to the borewell is about 50 meters. Is it okay, or is it to be, or some more harvest pits are to be constructed?
That's what, sir. If you have a recharging pit, it is not going to help your borewell. If you have an open well, it will surely help. These recharging pits of 10 to 15 feet deep are not helping. When they started this recharging pit concept, it started in Chennai. It was a sandy loam soil. There, if you had made a pit of 10 feet and left the water during Jayalalitha's time, it was very successful, and that same thing has been copied here. Here, the total strata is completely different. If you are in a laterite soil or sandy loam soil at the top, if you make a pit and leave the water, it will go. But in our case, it is a clay mix soil, and then we have got a granite genesis. So now the water doesn't percolate. So the water is not helping us, our borewells, to recharge at all. We have done a lot of studies by putting cameras inside and checking whether there are any fissures opening after being the pits. There were 117 pits in one of this one. Not even a single fissures we could see from the top. So recharging pits, we have a research center, about 6 acres of research center. We're doing a lot of research. In fact, our research center is in back of the Egachi water dam, sir. Hardly 1 kilometer away from Egachi water dam, and whole of that area, borewells are dried up. Exactly. So these recharging pits, what everybody are advocating, will recharge our borewell by making 10 feet, 15 feet. No, directly to the borewell is not advisable when you are using surface water. If you are using rooftop water, it can be sent to the borewell directly. Only roof water after filtration, passing through some activated carbon and all, at least this one. And if your roof, if you are taking care of the roof, then you can always use it. That is a good this one. But what I suggest is, there is no point in putting back the water 1,000 feet deep and again using power to lift it back on the same day. Why not put it in the tank, reuse it, overflow from that, easily connect to the borewell? That is the best solution. Use the rainwater. It is a resource. Any other questions if you have, please?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing that. Another very innovative solution. Mr. Vijay is going to be here just for a short while, so please do have a quick word with him in case you have any questions. I will like to invite Mr. Tarun from EcoSTP. He's also got a very innovative water solution. So we have just a couple more solutions before we break. So yeah, over to you. Yeah, 5 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, you can just stand on this. All right. Yeah. So my name is Tarun, the founder of Eco STP. The STP doesn't need power, so I'll just show you some examples. May not be fully relevant because we need little more space compared to normal STP, little more space. So, but if wherever space is there, is amazing solution, right? So we say it's biomimicry based. It's completely nature-based solution. You can go, yeah. Just can you put this slide, yeah? So you all have STPs. I just want to take a minute on STPs. STPs don't work anywhere, right? Some 70% is the normal people say, but normal is around 85% doesn't work. I don't know how much works for you. When I say don't work means it doesn't meet the standards, BOD 10 and COD 50 standards. Otherwise it works, whatever it is. It doesn't work because the technology is pretty old. It's more than 100 years old. Let me explain, more than 100 years old. The way it works is, you blow air into a tank 20 hours a day. You put all the fecal matter in a tank, blow 20 hours a day, and you add fresh bacteria every 1 hour, and the top layer, you clean it up. You put a filter, and that's it. Any technology you take, MBR, SBR, moving bed bioreactor, different names, all same thing. 20 hours blow air, put a filter on the top, and you add fresh bacteria called, and the fresh bacteria is not is simple English, we all understand. So the word we use is MLSS or RAS, but you're adding fresh bacteria every 1 hour through a motor. And this is how it works. And it works very well if you're having a good operator, and if you give power 20 hours a day. But in Bangalore, we don't have power. We can't run 20 hours a day. 20 hours you don't put, you can do it 16 hours, 17 hours, then the bacteria will die. Again, you have to do it. Because it works on aerobic bacteria. So we worked on anaerobic. We looked into nature. How did nature solve this problem? Because there should be some other way out, right? So that's where we introducing EcoSTP. EcoSTP is a good old septic tank improved. Old septic tank. A good old septic tank works on anaerobic bacteria. A cow stomach also works on anaerobic bacteria. So we copied the cow stomach. We worked with the institute called Biomimicry Institute, based out of US, Montana. We started a grant with them. When we copied the cow stomach, the replica, the cow's bacteria in the civil tank. And I'll show you the next slide. So this is how the tanks looks like. It's a multiple series of tanks, series of underground, and top area can be fully utilized. It's a one-time job. So yeah, this is how this in Sarjapur, Mamta Elite. This is stage 1, 2, 3 underground, and then the plants. Completely by gravity. Water, they have to do disinfection by law. You have to add a chlorine ozone for disinfection. And the water is for flushing for last 4 years. Completely by gravity, not a single power unit at all. It's completely gravity based. Water is back for flushing. Anytime you can go and see. It's a working example. I have some old ones, 10-year-old ones, but I just want to show this. So the features are, of course, no power, no chemical, and the return of investment less than 2 years, provided I'm comparing an ROI of a existing STP and the new one. But otherwise, if you do it on one time, there's a lot of civil cost involved. So you can go up here. So the biggest, so when you compare apple to apple, civil cost and the technology cost, ours will be 15 to 20% more, the civil cost, because I'm making more tanks. But so that's the additional, and that extra 20% you recover in less than a year's time. But the biggest savings in the running cost. Typically for a home, it costs around 45 rupees or less than that for a flushing quality water, compared to 550 rupees for a normal STP. I don't know how much you are spending. 550 if you have an STP per home, you will end up spending. Some communities we found it goes up to 900 or 1200 per community. But 550 is a generic basic one. Assuming you have an STP, if you put in the drain, of course that's zero. But if you have an STP, this is the kind of money you spend on power, chemicals, and things. Here is only less than 45 rupees. So running, and this works. You don't do anything, it just works for a long, long time. Many of the new spokes met somebody in brigade, and their brigade is moved to us, artist developers have moved to us, DS Max has moved to us. They all had old technology, but all the new ones, they're putting our STP. We have all over India, 200 customers, and move to the last slide. And the key things are customers, we take, it's a disruption. 99% use normal STPs. So we ask customers to give testimonials, and that's how we said, yeah, that's all I had. We need, we call KLD, kiloliters per day. So we typically need 28 square feet. It's 28 plus 2. 28 square feet per KLD is a mandatory. That goes underground, 100% recovered. In addition to it, I need a 12 square feet for a plants. That's all flowering plants. So 28 plus 12. But 28 is 100% recovered. 12 is a plants. And 12 also, if we can, some way we can manage. But 28 square feet per KLD, if you have, EcoSTP is feasible. And many customers have done it. Many customers have moved it. Roughly, I'll come to cost also. It costs around 40 to 50,000 per apartment, one time. But again, collecting money is not easy. But 40, 50,000, if you can collect the money and for space, you're done for life. There's no STP headache forever. Nothing to be done. No operator, sir. No operator. No power, no chemical, no operator. And it works. We have 10-year-old installations working very well. No, if you want to use for flushing, you have to put chlorine or disinfection or ozonization. If you want to use for flushing, right? So many places we use ozone because chlorine is a carcinogen and is banned in many places. So we use ozonizer. It's a one mount unit. 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the evening, auto on. It works. You don't need an operator. So yes. Yeah, sludge. Good question. Sludge. You have to remove the sludge. There's no sludge in this because the bacteria what we put eat the sludge. So you get something called digestate. So it's a fertilizer. Once in 2 years, you have to remove the sludge. So whatever is at 2 rupees per KL is basically, or 45 rupees is basically to remove the sludge. Once in 2 years, it's a good fertilizer. So many people use as a fertilizer. Some people throw it out. But that's in Europe, it's known as brown gold. It's called digestate, not sludge. The sludge you got from normal STP is full of organisms. It's not fertilizer.
Thank you, Tarun. Another very innovative solution. So he's got a demo piece also in the back. So please do visit and have a look at the solution. Thanks, Tarun. All right. So just one last presentation before we break for lunch. I know you folks have been super patient and listening to a lot of information. We promise that the second half will be super interactive. We have a game, so you're going to be speaking to each other a lot more rather than just listening to us. So I'd like to introduce our last solution. It's Urban Civic. They have an ultrasonic water meter. So I think one of the apartments, Mr. Avinash said that 30% of the reduction was done when you install a water meter, understand what is the usage. So Vamshi here is going to give us a short presentation about their solution. They also have a demo piece there. So if you're interested in a low-cost water meter, Urban Civic is here to provide that. Yeah, Vamshi?
Thank you, Jay. And first of all, we would like to thank Bangalore Apartment Federation for organizing this event and considering us, giving us this opportunity. So we manufacture ultrasonic water meters. We manufacture, can you please go to the next slide? So we manufacture our own product and we develop our own software. We have a manufacturing facility in Chennai. And we have been manufacturing water meters for the past 5 years. And we are installing in Bangalore for 4 years. And I'll not bore you with why you need a meter, because the reason for we all understand that we need meter, but the major deterrent from apartments adopting water meter is hearing these stories in BAF group where they've invested 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs on meter and it failed. The solution failed in 6 months. So we would like to discuss on why water metering fails in major apartments. So that's what we'll discuss today. So these are the pipes from, this is the left side, the pipe is from one of our customers. So they did repiping. They've invested 20 lakhs on repiping. And in just 3 months, you can see the sludge inside the pipe. And on the right side is another customer who has invested on repiping, and that's after 16 months. The reason for water metering or any water meter solution failing is using very hard water. So unless you can control your hardness of water, you will not realize the benefits of metering. So can you go to the next? So there are a few meters that work on hard water. So if you look at the meter classifications, broadly there are 2 types of meters, non-static and static meters. When you say non-static meters, there will be moving parts inside. There will be a drum that rotates as water flows, that rotates a dial. And if you look at the static meters, there will be sensors inside the pipe and there will be no moving parts. So these meters are meters that work for long, they work on hard water, static meters. So when you look at meters, look for meters that are static, that do not have any moving parts. So that brings us to the next question. So can I look for any static meter? No. So the demand for water meters in Bangalore is so high. If I go to Google and search water meters, I see ads from China, directly from China. And I can get a meter for as low as $35. And they are ready to ship you from China meters. And the problem with these meters is they are designed to work for only 1 year or 2 years at the max. And can you go to the next slide? When you look at these meters, all these meters have certifications. They are certified by the Indian FCRI. The main problem with the certification is they test under lab conditions. They use RO water, constant pressure, constant flow one time. And all these meters will pass those tests. And in real world, we use hard water, and that's where the meters fail. Can you go to the next slide? So when you when you're considering a water metering, ask these 5 questions to the vendor, whoever you meet. Who manufactures your meter? Are you importing the meter and building a software solution on the top of it and just selling it? Or how do you calibrate your meter? Is there a mechanism to recalibrate the meter? The only problem to treat hard affected meter is descaling the meter and recalibrating it. So your vendor should be in a position to recalibrate the meter. And how do you service your meter? How do you descale your meter? And is your meter wired or wireless? Because wired meters have communication problems. So meters go down. And finally, when you are using wireless meters, ask them who manufactures the batteries. Because there is a lithium battery for 100 rupees, there is a lithium battery for 1000 rupees. And you do not want your meter to fail after 1 year, because that's a huge investment. Can you go to the next slide, please? So one other question that we get frequently from apartments, from Bangalore Apartment Federation is, should I do replumbing or install multiple meters per flat? So one simple thumb of rule, if you are having GI pipe, iron pipe currently, just go for replumbing. Because the iron pipe will last you for only 14 years max, and it starts leaking. So if at all you have a CPVC, plastic pipe, UPVC, and if it's less than 5 floors height, go for replumbing. That's cheaper than installing multiple meters per flat. If you have 4 to 8 floors, you can either go for replumbing or multiple meters. But we recommend replumbing because in long run, that will be economical. If you have more than 8 floors, go for multiple meters. Next slide. So we'll be happy to visit any of the apartments who would like to explore water metering solution, do a free consulting, and recommend a meter that suits your water condition today. This is our meter. Can you go to the next? And these are some of the installations from our customers. Go to the next. The meter, as I said, is completely made in India. We manufacture it in our facility in Chennai. And finally, just a small fun fact. So why do you see a lot less of hardware tech startups in India? The main reason is hardware tech startups are high risk and high reward gambles. So investors try to stay away from hardware tech startups. The problem with these is long R&D time with no revenue. The way we addressed it, we spent 4 years bootstrap. We developed our product from 2014 to 2018, bootstrap. And there is no guarantee that the product will make to the production. That example is the Indian Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs has allotted 4 crores in 2017 to IIT Bombay for developing an ultrasonic meter as part of Make in India initiative, and they're yet to release a production version today. So the investment that you make in hardware tech startups, there's no guarantee that you'll get an output. And finally, by the time you get the product to the market might not remain the same. The product might be irrelevant. So we have come a long way, and we have been serving in Bangalore for 4 years, and we all request your support. Thank you.
Thanks, Vamshi. Vamshi from Urban Civic. Again, he's got a stall over here. He'd be happy to share some solutions, and they also do the consultation for apartments. Yeah, over to you, Vikram.
I think would take a pause to thank all the experts and solution providers who have shared a bit of insight. Please give them a call. I wanted to clarify because I have got a bunch of messages, etc., saying that, hey, even we wanted to come, why were we not invited? See, there's always a little bit of interest and competitive spirit between different service providers, technology vendors, etc., as far as BAF and apartments are concerned, basically, right? So, see the format, and it's not that somebody is favored versus somebody or not. That's not the intention. I think the format of this retrofit workshop was designed in such a manner that a small number of market players who can bring in the technical expertise. So this is not it's not a sales event, right? Of course, I mean, Vamshi spoke with great passion about how it takes time to build R&D. At the end of the day, they're running businesses. So if today they go back and some business happened, we'll be very happy for them, basically, right? Because at the end of the day, they have to grow and survive. But having said that, I wanted to make it clear that the intention of the Hasiru program is to develop the larger market ecosystem also equally well, right? So we will possibly, as part of this program, take a stab at what we call building a marketplace, right, of sustainability solutions, right? That's a big leap of faith which BAF is wanting to take, saying that, we'll bring in a lot of people who are vendors, solution providers, etc., in a meaningful, so there has to be quality, there has to be price which is efficient, eventually market, which is you all people, you will decide, right, what works, what doesn't work, etc. So it's an open market. But I think there is an opportunity for a lot of innovations, a lot of systems to come and work in our own apartments. So that will be an agenda as a part of the Hasiru program. And we will have a lot more retrofit workshops where maybe more and more of those vendors, partners, solutions providers can be invited. So if today here, I mean, I'm sure many of you have your own STP providers, your own solar providers, water meters, etc. If you don't see one of your vendors over here, it's not it's not to create any exclusivity or anything, etc. But at the same time, it's to get started, and we'll build the ecosystem together. Please, we will also request you to also help us get connected to, if there are any good partners, vendors who have done a good job. Yeah, please feel free to let them also come into the ecosystem, let them meet many more apartments and let them grow as well, basically. So that's the intention. I would also like to take a moment to thank Brigade Group they have come in as a sponsor and a supporter to this initiative. See, one of the things that we also want to push, a lot of problems that we are solving today is also because we have inherited, or the program is called retrofit for a reason, right? We are fitting and retrofitting solutions today after having lived for many, many years. One of the things that we also want to influence is to look at buildings of tomorrow and ownership of tomorrow to be ready in all these aspects, for which the real estate industry will play a very, very important role. So hoping, and we are conversing at the level of CREDI and all those ecosystem partners also to say, hey, you need to be part of this, you need to put effort, right? You need to also join the story and say, can you build apartments which tomorrow are fully sort of ready, compliant, etc. So that's a conversation we want to push. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank Brigade Group who were very excited at this. I think we will have somebody from their team also join in. I don't know if you have joined. Acha, Sriram is coordinating with them. Somebody will join, but I just wanted to officially thank them for coming in as a sponsor and a partner. So food, etc., courtesy Brigade Group, but we will also hope that they will build better. And I stay in a Brigade property for 20 years now, so they're one of the better builders. So hopefully they will all take the lead also from us, the home residents, home buyers, on preparing for the future as well. So the final piece, I'll hand it over to Ajay. I think who'll have some instructions for how to prepare for post-lunch session. So the whole format will change after lunch, but yeah, get ready for that.
Thanks, Vikram. And firstly, just on my behalf, a warm round of welcome. Thank you all for coming. It's always wonderful for us to have new people sort of visit this space, but also talk. A big part of the work we do here and what we've recognized over the years that's most powerful is the power of community. And that's really what we're trying to do here. We think that when people come together, there's a lot more we could do, whether it's as far as voting for the right people or for us, the power of the community to get people to listen to you. So this intent, a lot of this journey of coming this far, we've spent the last 2 months thinking about the program. The program is at one level, the idea is for us to listen to people who already have the expertise, but more importantly, what can we do with that information as individuals and as collectives? And that's really what we're going to do in the second part of the session today. The listening really ends here. What you all need to do is talk and talk to each other. And that's how the format for the second part of the session will be. What we've done is to try and keep it interesting, exciting, and even competitive. We've come up with two problems that there's a lot of effort that's gone into creating these problems. These are two case studies. The case studies you'll realize are very close to the things that you all face in your apartments and the sort of issues that you all have. But the intent of today was really to say that we can live more sustainably. You can there are great value propositions out there and if we used innovative solutions, you can reduce the cost in your apartment. So the game in the second half is really a cost game. It's to get you all to try and appreciate how to reduce the cost of running or living in an apartment, but also improve the efficiency. And in order to do that, we've got two key things that you'll need to look out for. The first is all of you all have been given badges. You'll see in those badges either the word air, water, or earth. And there'll be earth 1 and earth 2, air 1 and air 2, water 1 and water 2. The idea is that post this, we'd like all of you all to get into one of the three groups, depending on what is on your badge. Find the group of water, find the group of air, find the group of earth, and then get into that group. Ideally, you want to do this before lunch. Soon after this, lunch will be served. Lunch will be served at the back. But try and get into your group and do two things. You'll need to break your group up into two halves. One that deals with a problem that deals with large apartments. The other is a problem that deals with medium and small apartments. So depending on choices you all make, try and split your teams up into two groups so you all can handle the case studies. The case studies will be like this. At the end of it, there is an answer sheet. So you are going into an exam and we're going to test you. But more importantly, we're going to come and try to see who comes out with the most innovative solution. So please use your brains, please use your creativity, try and come up with something. This is very precious. It's not just for you all. The learning that we get from this is something that we're going to try and pass on to more people. So please look at the game not just as a game. It has a far more significant consequence for us at least. So we'd love for you to participate fully. One of the needs the team split is done. All you need to do is look for your group based on identified by your badge. But once you've identified your group, we also need you to play to some very basic rules, one of which is you need to create your own committee. So now you guys are in an apartment and you have to go through the dynamics of living in an apartment. You need to have a president, you need to have a secretary, you need to have a treasurer amongst yourself, and you need to have some people who are always shouting at you all. So please do that as a group. Try and do what apartments really do. Please mimic real life. But the idea is for us to also have some fun. Right? This is a fun game. It's meant to have people share, to be respectful to each other, to try and do things that sometimes we do in apartments but not do it here. So let's see if we can have that learning. At the end, we'd also like you all to share, not necessarily technical information, but how you felt. So we're going to ask you questions around that. We'll break now for lunch. Please, like I said, look at your badges, look at the team you're in, try and find your teammates. You're either in group 1 or group 2 within your respective of groups. And then meet, try and quickly, by the time lunch is over, we need you to give us your list of committee members. And soon after that, you all will go into your game. We will split the game up into, there will be 3 groups and places are allocated for you all to come together. Lunch, like I said, is served there. Pradeep, do you want to finish?
Yeah.
The difference between 1 and 2 is 1 is a large.
Yeah. So a couple of things. One is if you do not have your name tag, if you've misplaced it, please find us at the registration desk. We find Mr. Pradeep. He'll be happy to assist you with which group that you identify with. 1 and 2 is to distinguish between a small apartment. So the case study is, one is a 350 unit apartment, the other is a 1050 unit apartment. So you have to kind of, I mean, you're already split by 1 and 2. So between 1 and 2, you need to decide which case study you're going for. And just for the ease, maybe if the people that are Air 1 can raise their hands. Air 1, if you can. Look at your badge, see what label you have. You can see Mr. Breston, you have a few. So please find each other. The objective of lunch is, of course, to have lunch, enjoy yourself. But by the end of lunch, we're hoping that you will come up with the management committee yourself. So we will be handing out sheets to each group where you have to fill out who is your management committee, and you'll have to do this fairly quickly. So by the end of lunch, we'll be nudging you to just pick someone, right? Air 2. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Air 1, if you can start moving towards Mr. Breston. Air 1 can start moving there. Yeah. Air 2. No, separate committee. Air 1 has a committee, Air 2 has a committee. Air 2, yes, yes. Can you start moving towards that gentleman there? Air 2 just in the front, over here. No, Air 3. Then we have Water 1. Water 1 can come to the front right here. Water 1. And Water 2. Water 2. Okay, maybe just in the back over there. Water 2 can find themselves, get to know each other, which apartments you come from, which areas you come from. Earth 1. Earth 1, just in the center, just near the projector. And Earth 2, the remaining Earth 2 in the back next to the videographer right there. So Air 1 in the back there. Okay. Yeah, everyone's found their group. If you're not in a group, please come to the registration. We've already mapped you to a group already. And yeah, please get to know each other. We'll come around and pass the committee sheets, and we will see you folks at 1:55. We have a 50-minute lunch break, and lunch is served in the back over there. And we recommend you eat around with your group itself. And yeah, feel free to come reach out to me, to Mr. Satish, Mr. Pradeep, Vikram, any of us in case you have any questions. Thank you. Time till 3:15, that's 3:15. You have just about an hour, little over an hour to do this. And we have also given you the evaluation criteria, which is cost effectiveness, environmental impact, feasibility and practicality, resident engagement and satisfaction. Those are the criteria with which we will be evaluating all the groups. And we have some very good prizes for the group that comes up with the first prize. So providers actually move around the different solution providers, move around the different groups, and please utilize how can that help you, and especially what is the cost saving. So that is the idea of this case study that we're doing for the next hour and 15 minutes. And of course, the idea is also to have some fun and to realize what it's like to be a committee and propose solutions. So, and there's Pradeep, Satish, myself, who will be happy to clarify any.
Agricultural somewhere little far away, not close by.
Construction or agricultural use, they can.
Or we say we identify a solution where we can actually get a certification that we can sell it to everybody. Say for example.
So then you have a boson model.
That is
boson model.
Boson model. They a plant. But then boson model.
Boson model cost भी देखना पड़ेगा ना.
Boson model cost, there is zero cost, but the boson model there is zero revenue.
Correct.
You get revenue only for your SFT rent.
Correct.
Nothing else. Only your SFT rent, which is minuscule.
He's just using our space.
He is using our
It's not
space.
like necessarily we are making.
No, you are making nothing.
Guilt-free disposal.
Exactly.
But at the same time, in this community, they are expecting whether they can actually make some revenue. Because that is where they have excess.
Correct.
And they need that revenue to be able to compensate for their other expenses. That's what they are looking at.
So that revenue model would possibly come from agriculture and construction on the treated water.
See whether if there is an issue, actually you can generally help us with normal query.
We'll pass a resolution in the AGM saying that majority of the owners. Okay. Majority of the owners, if they vote for taking out solar water, looking at the cost benefit. Okay. Assume that builder has not provided. Make an assumption. They are not given, builder has provided. We will assume that no apartment नहीं है. No, complex नहीं है. Complex किधर है?
But it is actually 14 years old. Apartment is 14 years old. When that rule came, that matters.
That time it was not there.
So,
12 Okay.
12 lakh liter into 0.8, no? $9,60,000. हाँ, 9,60,000 per month. हाँ, और 9,60,000 into 12. 1 करोड़ 15 लाख सेट ऑफ हो जाएगा उसमें. एक साल में ख़त्म हो जाएगा. तो फर्स्ट फेज़ हम लोग वो 30 लाख जो हमारे पास कॉर्पस है उससे स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं, और सेकंड फेज़ आफ्टर 6 मंथ जो वाटर बट इसमें हम मेंटेनेंस भी अब रिड्यूस कर सकते हैं ना, अगर ये कॉस्ट का करेक्ट ना है ना. तो मेंटेनेंस है 4.5 रुपीज़.
So there's no recurring in this.
This will come down.
Okay. So there's only the court case that can solve.
reduction will happen per month.
Okay.
On maintenance.
Understood.
So this is also one, if we win the case.
It's basically water and energy only that they have. There's nothing on waste.
No, there's nothing on waste. So
other than the
we save on this, so we have a capital of 10 lakhs. We don't know how much is that. We are telling yearly.
10 lakh can be saved to come through, but what they're paying recurring?
How is 10 lakhs?
For 5 years.
It's yearly.
They're claiming for 5 years.
Approximately 90 into 1 year is. Anyway, so let us say 10 lakhs will be saved. 10 lakhs is nothing. 1.25 crores.
This is monthly. No, even if it is monthly, yearly. 9 lakhs ಆಯ್ತು. 8 point something ಆಯ್ತು.
I thought there is a.
So it's a bonus. It's a very small amount. It's a very small amount. 90,000 on 4.
20 lakhs.
20 lakhs.
Okay.
Rainwater harvesting. We are doing currently 100 KLD. Cost is 2.6, which includes 50,000. Okay. Now in 2.6.
2.1.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. In 2.1, we can save 25%.
How much is 25% of 2.1?
50.
Yeah. Approximately
25% of 2.1, no, for 51. 51.
Barabar. We want actual. But only thing
approximately
is
50,000 we can save in that.
Yeah, but how much is the invest? Not approximately. We need specific. Put now. What is the actual number?
See, I'm trying to do a...
No, forget that. We'll just put 2.1 into 0.25. Please do that.
2.1
into 0.25.
Tomorrow, if I able to get better profits or surplus, the depreciation I can continue to use it, claim 42% of the tax on this, because this is a AOP. That is the second. Third big advantage is if electricity bill annually it will increase by 5 to 10%. That would be the third saving. These are all the things which will come as a benefit.
Direct saving itself is the first is you are getting the subsidy. Second is your annual increase of EB, Discom is not going to be there. Third is
depreciation.
After the fourth year, 4.5 years is
20
your
years.
ROA.
Another 20
50
years.
year onwards, your cost is still lesser. So these are all the direct benefit. Three benefits you will get it upfront.
Assuming the life is
25 years. Another 20 years. Exactly. Another 20 years. Now the question is, residents are, what were you asking for last 14 years, sir? Why did you not take up this, sir?
That is because nobody thought about solar.
No, this fellow is speaking at 6 paisa. My neighbor is asking for 6 paisa.
Already your 4 paise is...
No, 10 paisa is asking.
Yeah, 10 paise. 6 paise we have a profit.
He's asking for, meaning,
Take
He's buying at 10 paisa per liter.
He's buying from you?
Yes.
He's already buying from somebody else.
No, he's
I
offering.
can sell for 10 paise.
Yeah, that's
One
right.
second. I have an excess water of 3 lakh liter. My neighbor person is a construction company. He wanted 2 lakh liter per day. He willing to give 600 rupees for 6,000 liters. That means what? That means 10 paisa per liter. He will buy it from me.
Okay.
That is a commercial. He's offered.
Correct. Then
We are
it is best to sell it to him.
Acha? You are not
Then
to you.
our system won't add any value.
we need KSPCB clear. That is fine. That's
So KSPCB or STP, if it is good, you will get the clearance.
Okay. No, I can. Then what will you do with 7.5? If I treat water with you, what will I do? I can.
We don't have the figures.
we don't
boom
have.
barrier.
No, boom barrier is there, but then boom barrier we don't have.
See, second year we already calculated it. No, whatever we have calculated, let's put
6 lakh is the capital investment on the
boom barrier. Boom barrier.
I'll put it here.
Security, yeah, okay. 6 lakhs investment, 6 lakhs saving. From second year saving is
forever.
6 lakhs. Okay, now tell me from your calculation, can we get 20 lakhs in the second year?
Yeah, that is a good calculation.
We can get 20, 1 minute. From 6 lakhs from here, 4 lakhs from here.
4 plus 6 plus 5, 15 and 2.5. That is 17.5.
Okay. Then we just put here second year investment to address this area. One more problem.
Yeah.
Water.
Water we wrote, no? Excess water. No, one more. Gardening. That is a free supply.
Gardening, parking areas, common areas, washing.
ಕಾಮನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದಾಯ್ತು ಎಕ್ಸಸ್ ಇದು ಸರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸಸ್
ಎಕ್ಸೆಸ್ ವಾಟರ್ನ ಇದಕ್ಕೂ RWHಗೂ ಯೂಸ್
No,
ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು
you cannot use
No,
STP water for
cannot do.
ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಫಿಲ್ಟರ್ ಸರ್
RWH water cannot be used for domestic unless you put boson treatment. Now, what was that? Boson is because it's not working out. Only some. Okay, that we said no, we are directly giving here 2 paisa we are giving. No boson. Boson is only giving me 7,500 rupees rent, whereas I am giving directly to an industry at 2 paisa per liter. That is more. We will project we have an industry. They are unfit. They said after 15 years उसको replace करना पड़ेगा, उसको dismiss करो. As per Company Act, it is useful life is 25 years. Correct.
We can use for my
Finance Committee has not read standard accounting norms as per the Companies Act.
Discuss the Finance Committee recommendation.
Roll out.
Great.
Recommendation.
Fantastic job.
Okay.
Now we have to network quickly.
So the DCs are going to be lasting at least for 50 years. It can last
25 years will take. 25 years.
25 years.
Now 15 years is over. In next 10 years we'll build a fund. Singing fund. We'll keep depositing year after year. Singing fund.
We are not having it.
हमने शुरू किया है. जल्दी शुरू तुम. You guys are supposed to be our predecessors.
We should start.
Immediately should start that because all these things when they go bad.
Hey, somebody before telling somebody will tell our.
But there is another angle for DG. We consciously everything we have outsourced, including the manager. We are not told him as a hired employee from the association. We are termed him as consultant.
So how come BAF is talking that there is no need, that's gas, all about PFI, ESI देना जरूरी है?
Labor inspector you can't. We had a raid in our.
We received a call from.
I had to literally go to their
labor
office.
inspector.
Apartments, because it's not a commercial.
They don't come under the Commercial Act, but still they have a purview if there's an accident happening. I clarified it. He came. He called our STP operator, and we were unfortunately utilizing the security officer for the second shift also. Nobody comes for such menial jobs. So he was from the apartment side. So then I need to earn some hard money, and whenever he wants, he goes to his home and comes. It's very close by. So he actually practically worked for 2 shifts. So bande ko nikha, somebody gave him a tip off. Some resident itself can give a tip off.
You must put Archana's name in secretary. Archana's name in secretary. She is the person who can put the things properly. Her name
Interchange.
My name is technical build. I can't access it very clear properly.
It's okay.
I can access it.
और स्क्रैच करके डाल दो.
Yeah, cut it and write.
If you can. So if you can, just get a copy of the bill. That's it.
But once
Unka.
STP is there, why do you have to go on fighting for this years with it?
If you don't fight, they will not take it out because it is their earning. You go and tell, give a letter, they will do it.
Usage of excess STP water. How we can consume it?
Yes. We'll say the same thing to other construction sites.
Of course, based on real world example, if anybody wants to come and share little bit of experiences of how you approached it, if I can request one team member from each team can come and share a little bit of a Gautam, you'll start? Good. Somebody has to start, Gautam. Absolutely, right? So, little bit of a think about how was the case, what was the general principles followed in approaching that, and what are some of the thought constraints and challenges that you factored, because at the end of the day, all of us people who are in committees, we know that we have to go in front of a general body and pitch it to them and get them to approve. So I'm sure you kept all that in mind a little bit. So
I'm Gautam Kamath from Earth One. I thank my team members for contributing into this, and particularly Shivani, who made us think more on this. Anyway, we'll start with the problem. Problem was reducing the maintenance cost. We had a challenge of reducing or maintaining it. Rather reducing, it is maintaining. So what we thought was, the first case was saving on energy. So how do we save on energy was putting up a solar solar panel system. So we had 2.5 crores in deposit, and the discussion was we should not use 100% of the deposit. So we will use only 50% of that and put a 50% capacity solar plant. With that, we reduced the energy bill by 50%. 45% was shown as the energy of common area. With the solar, we reduced it to 22.5%. That became straight away 23 paisa saving on maintenance. So maintenance came down from 4.8 to 4.57 paise. Now what did we do with 23 paise now? That 23 paise we didn't return back to the people. We maintained the maintenance as 4.8, and the 23 paise was put back into a corpus fund or a surplus fund for future solar plant. Now we had a court case going on with the BWC SSB for the sewerage connection charges. About 10 lakh rupees is the annual spending on that, as well as some money was to come. This we are expecting to get in a couple of years. That money also will be used for the solar plant, which we plan to expand in a couple of years' time, 3 to 5 years' time. Now with this we did that, and coming to the water, now we had two aspects. One is energy and water. Water, we had, STP was having 3 lakh liters of excess water. This excess water was discussed how to make it a revenue generating one. An industry very near to our apartment was willing to buy it at 2 paise. That was the first option per liter. Boson said they can give us only 7,500 rupees rent, which was a very small amount for us. That was also kept as an option. And second part was in water, RWH, no. No. I need to have the paper. I forgot the point. Yeah, neighbor parks. Yeah, we were not compliant with the distribution of water as per the bylaws. It had to be used in-house or given to a nearby garden or lake with KSPCB permission. So we thought that gardens were there and KSPCB is willing to give us a permission because our STP was giving quite good water. That was one proposal. These three proposals were for water, in terms of water. Next came, how do we reduce the energy cost with water? Now we proposed to put a rainwater harvesting system, and we came out with we could get 60 days of water with rainwater harvesting system, which is equivalent to around 16% of annual consumption of water. Now that is a straightaway saving on BWCSB charges of 60 days, which is a 16% on the maintenance charges. Again, it's on the maintenance charges. So like this was one of RWH. I think I'll have to have the paper if you can. No, not that. Can I have the cased paper? Forgot the points. Anyway. So overall we worked, then we thought about doing some sustainability activity in terms of the waste management. Waste management, we plan to put composters, use the manure for gardening as well as sell it out. So we are an old apartment, 15 years, we didn't have rainwater harvesting or the composting system. So we wanted to be sustainable and adhere to the compliance requirements. So this was also planned, and these were all capital investments. I'll come to that part of capital investment. So overall we worked out that we can reduce the maintenance cost by minimum 15 to 20%, 15%, 12 to 15% overall, though with the electricity we could reduce it by 23 paise straight. But our target was to reduce it by 12 to 15%. That is around 60 paise, more than 60 paise. That money we want to plug it back into the money which we have used for the solar. So second stage of solar, 50%, we can do it post 3 or 5 years time, depending upon the money what we have. And coming to the challenge, apprehensions and the strategy. Apprehensions were, why do you want to use the corpus or the money what we have? So we projected that we are not increasing the maintenance with the use of half the 50% of the corpus. The maintenance can remain the same for next 2 to 3 years because we are generating some revenue with the other sources. So that was a good point for residents. That was the one point which we tried to push. And the strategy was doing that. Second part where I missed out was the audits. We planned, because our building is 15 years old, all the electromechanical equipments have lived their life. In principle, all electromechanical equipment's life is 15 years, efficiency comes down, requirement goes up. So we thought about an audit, and this question would have come, cost of audit. Now, cost of audit also was discussed, looking at the savings, what we will do. Now, let us say lift, we have 14 years old lift, which is a machine room lift. Today, we have technology of machine-less room lifts, with which you can save 15% energy. So like that, couple of things like the pumping motors are all old motors. Motors have outlived their life. With new motors, we can save on electricity. So we had a lot of points where we can save on electricity, which will directly reflect on the maintenance cost. So these were the strategies which worked, and we could present it. And in terms of the capital expenditure which we want to do for the audit, we said the audit report will capture the requirement in terms of the capital expenditure, maintenance expenditure, as well as the ROI for the replacement of equipments, which we will present in the next AGM and get it approved. And if required, we go back to the collection part of it. Since there is an ROI which we can look at 3 to 5 years, it's a win-win situation. With this, we could see that we could implement a lot of innovative things in the apartment complex, maintain the maintenance, not only maintain and continue to maintain it for at least next 2 years, which is a win-win situation for any apartment resident owners. And with that, I think we did this type of work. And I think a lot of inputs came. I should especially thank Shivani. I was thinking in straight line, broadened the scope of thinking and brought up a lot of innovative things to discussion. And I think your colleagues are also supporting all in this type of thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gautam. Anyone else who wants to share an experience of doing that? Please. Yeah, Archana.
Hi, thank you, Vikram. Hi, all, I'm Archana Chakravarti from Sattva Greenage. I am not going to go into the detail of the case study, which Gautam sir has very detailedly spoken about. I only wanted to share the approach we took, right? So we went back from the bottoms up. What are the tasks in hand? Identify the issues with energy and water conservation in general. So at least from our team, we focused on, understanding, we had like at least 5 to 6 apartments who are meeting up there, right from a small size to the big sized apartment. So we spoke about whether any of these issues are there from their side and which solution that they implemented on their side. So we only probably focused on, rather than writing down a detailed solution, which was pretty much explanatory in that, rather focusing on understanding, in my apartment, we are actually doing this. Are you doing this in your apartment? Like one of the very good suggestions that came up was usage of the excess STP water for even car wash, which we are unable to do it in our apartment, for example, right now. So not just about implementing the solutions that we have heard today, but also about how each of our experiences has been, even with dealing with residents and trying to convince, etc. So I think the approach essentially was understand our issues and see how much relatable it is, which, like Vikram said, very, very relatable case studies. All of us have seen it all, done it all kind of scenario we have. Yeah, anyway, thanks so much for this opportunity.
Good afternoon to everybody. As Mr. Gautam mentioned, the similar case study is also given to us, is as good as my apartment. The size and the capacity and the expenses and the camp, which is completely my apartment, I can relate to it. Whatever you added it. In addition to that, like one of the approach we took is, the problem started when in the AGM, our treasurer announced that 10% increase in the camp for the next. As we all we opposed it. So the committee is formed in terms of how to mitigate it. So the problem was addressed by way of looking at what is a cost benefit analysis for each of this item. End of the exercise, we could avoid that increase in the incremental cost which was proposed. Second, bring the efficiency in place in terms of what we have it. Considering there is a good corpus which was yielding about 4-5% as a rate of interest versus the internal rate of return of 21% or any other return which could be better than the 4% is the answer to it. The approach of explaining to the members by way of giving the numbers will give a better impact is what we feel it. The same thing is also brought in. Of course, the engagement of the residents by way of their increase their lifestyle or the the quality of life was also considered, and we captured what could be the score between 1 to 10 for each of these. Same thing was also mentioned in the exercise sheet. Thank you for bringing this exercise. Satish sir, I have seen your name in the sheet where this case study is written by Satish sir. Thank you so much. Okay.
And that's kind of similar that happens when a new group comes in and starts working, which is how this group envisioned it to work on. So I think it's going in that direction. John, would you like to share something? Yeah, Ravi, come.
So I think most of the points what you covered were something our group had to talk about how to reduce the maintenance expenses for a smaller apartment. So the size was less than say 350, I think. So the approach which we took has been something which I think most of us have done right from the time which BAF has been talking about. First we started with the basics, which is about the aerators and those kind of stuff, which talks about some improvement, right? And especially in the first year, everybody gets a little bit of improvement with the aerators and stuff, right? Subsequently, it typically wanes off quite a lot. But we looked at that as one option. We looked at the partial or a smaller, solar rooftop as another option. Simultaneously looking at, opportunities for security manpower optimization using some form of technology, whether it is CCTV cameras or the boom barriers. Boom barriers have given benefits in the short term, but again in the long term, typically there are some redundancies or too much of exceptions which which typically make that purely technology redundant actually. So that's something which we got a particular amount of benefit from. The other piece which we looked at is very strong pieces which came in was to look at additional revenue generation opportunities, right? And whether it was the treated water discarding as an opportunity or, internally within the apartment from experiences shared by, our own, fellow members. I think those were good learnings for all of us because, whether it is small amounts, 3,000, whatever that amount is, but opportunity for a certain amount of revenue generation to offset certain new costs which we see. And also the key piece, and again, I'm not going by a solution alone, I'm saying from an experience. One thing which was unanimous was that, we have zero tolerance for any regulatory issues, right? So if there's a penalty coming on to us, we don't have a choice, we have to bear it. So we have to find a way to avoid that penalty or to make that penalty null and void, right? So the efforts to, nullify that 50,000 penalty for, treated water discharge and stuff like that, that's something which we put our energies on. So I think, Vishnu, Pradeep, Mr. Satish, good part is not just about the solutions which we talked about for, from a brainstorming perspective, but also understanding that, many people have tried the same kind of stuff and try to work on the same kind of solutions and try to see how we can maximize the benefits, right? So it was not about innovation per se, but it was more about trying to say what are the practical difficulties and, what are the short-term or long-term fixes which we could add there. Ma'am, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I think important point that you mentioned that it's not about, most of the things are actually there in practice. There's nothing innovative. But in terms of how effectively and efficiently we can, one, do it and then, cross-pollinate to each other was the idea. Unless anybody else has any inputs on the activity itself, what I also wanted to do is to throw open, we have some time before the judging is completed and then we move to the last part of sort of evaluating. So I wanted to open it up. So we have BAF members over here. So just in case, so I have obviously. Is that so? Pradeep says few of them might not even know about BAF itself. Is that true? Am I sorry?
I'm referring to the BA members. At least there's one person who said, look, I am not too familiar with who are the people. I only know you.
Okay.
So I just wanted us to, introduce. Can I do that? I'll just
please,
quickly do that. Okay. I would like to introduce Nagaraj Rao sir, who's our president. Is he inside? Okay, he's in a meeting inside. Yeah, he is senior most and the most energetic person. Has won many tennis tournaments and he continues to inspire us. And then we have Vikram. Vikram is our General Secretary and extremely happy to work with him. He's always helping us to go beyond. And he's not diffident of saying something which is contrary at many times. So that's something which is very important. And then this group is supported by a bunch of people who are governing council. I'm one of them. Satish Malya, you would have heard of, is one of them. I would like the other governing council members to stand up. I think we have Sundar, who is our treasurer. Hi, Sundar. Vishnu. And Upender. Who else? Anybody else here? Jameer. Okay, Jameer has left. So there are about 7, 8 of us. KCV is our support, but he's also a member, so he's both ways. Thank you, KCV. I think this was important because I'm sure there are people who are not as much connected with this one, and this is an opportunity to get these people across. So that's it.
Good. I think that was useful, Pradeep. So I also wanted to open up the context for a slightly more open discussion around topics, issues, now beyond the case study. By the way, I'm not referring to the case study. Of course, case study was an exercise. But obviously, we live in apartments. We have a living, most of you, I am assuming all of you, or many of you are either current committee members or have been previous committee members. So you deal with aspects of running the affairs of the committee on a day-to-day basis. There are aspects around public services, BESCOM, BWSS, BKS, PCB, etc. that you deal with, your community deals with. So we can take open house questions on specific issues or inputs or recommendations that you have that is useful to BAF to take it up. There are lots of those issues which we probably are already dealing with. Happy to explain more on what is happening in that area. But having said that, open house, any issue that we want to pick up, discuss and share inputs and recommendations on, please feel free to that. Karthike, you want to come here? And yeah, you can. Sorry? Oh, there is this thing? Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I want to take 5 minutes, just give them some context on some savings thing.
Please, yeah, absolutely. Open forum. So Karthike is from DLF West End Heights, which is one of the larger member apartments. 1820 apartments. We always keep saying that these are mini cities by themselves. I don't know how they manage. I stay in a 100-unit apartment. I've been in committee earlier. I'm not there anymore. But yeah, I don't know how you guys do. But please, 5 minutes of gyan on what you do well, how you do well. Please do share.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Karthike Khanna, and I am joined by my fellow colleague, Mr. Balaji Sampath. He's here. I am the secretary in my association. It's my 4th year, and Mr. Balaji is also a prominent, he's a very active MC member, EC member for a long time with us. And I just want to take a few minutes of yours to give you a different trigger when you are thinking of adopting solar rooftop. One thing that we miss out is we are getting the capacity evaluated by the vendors. They are doing it. What's important is how much are you consuming that you need to set off. The more you are consuming today, more you will have to invest to set off in net metering. So what if you have already reached the maximum limit of optimization and then you invest? That means then you have to invest lesser. So every kilowatt of load avoided saves you 65,000 rupees of capital investment. What we did in Western Heights is we spent good amount of time and resources to optimize our requirement. At one point of time, we were consuming 1,30,000 units per month. That's a consumption. Solar or BESCOM immaterial, that's a consumption of running the common area resources. 54 lifts, lights, and pumping and so on. We continuously did the endeavors, one after another, whatever known under the sun to us. We implemented VFDs, value frequency drives, where it was missing. That saved us quite some money every month. The units optimized, quite many optimized. We converted all HPSVs, high pressure sodium vapor lamps, street lights, 150 watt or 200 watt, with LED, 50 watt LEDs. We strictly monitored and implemented the timered circuit in the street lights and ensured that they are working. We converted in one or two stages, all our light points, common area light points, all means all, with motion sensor, including the staircase lights. In the staircase lights, we implemented a logic that if there is nobody in the staircase, then it should run at 0.5 watt. But the moment somebody is walking in the staircase, which is very rare, then 3 watt. Even in the lobbies, which are apparently darker in the ends, in the lobbies, floor lobbies, darker in the ends, we ensured that there is some light in the corner of the lobby, so if there is no motion, then 1 watt, if there is a motion, then 5 watt. And such logic was well thought of, and now 3,000 light points were motion censored with that. All edified, all CFS gone. All CFS gone. All CFS gone. 9 watt, 6 watt. 9 watt, 6 watt, all CFS gone. So we now have our common area electricity requirement of just 1 lakh units. So that's 33% optimization already achieved. And while we were optimizing, we could not have waited, but by the time we optimized everything, we were completing 4th phase of solar rooftop, which means on the load perspective also, at a concurrent load perspective also, our load requirement was optimized by almost 50 kilowatt, because 1,000 tube lights we changed from 45 watt fluorescent tube lights to 20 watt of LED lights. So 25 kilowatt was saved right away, and then many other light points. So almost 50 kilowatt concurrent load was avoided, which means multiply by 65,000, it comes to almost 30 lakhs. That much capital cost was avoided. So please, when you are looking at solar rooftops, please also set aside some fund for optimizing so that you have a lower cost of input for solar rooftop. That's number one. On housekeeping, Western Heights has the cost of loading out the waste, whether it is saleable or non-saleable, whatever, cost of loading out the waste out of the boundary, out of the compound, is almost nil. Effectively we pay 5,000-10,000 rupees net. Why? Because we are paying for loading out some waste that we cannot handle inside, and then we get good amount of revenue for the waste that has value. So we started with a contract where we said to the vendor that for him, the cost of the value of dry waste will be nil. He agreed to it. Cost of dry waste is nil. We started taking in, and then we started extracting the value of dry waste from there. And then we started the dry waste value. We started with enforcing the penalty. First of all, the education to the people, then 2 bin 1 bag, then door to door, then penalties started, and with photographs, evidences, everything. Okay, and then we actually segregated, ensured that we get a good dry waste. If it's a good wet waste, then what we get is a good dry waste. In the dry waste, we started deploying resources with a good working environment, and we confidently say that our dry waste center, collection center, sorting center at Western Heights is the best collection center or sorting center in Bangalore or in India. That's the level of hygiene and the cleanliness that we maintain in our complex. with good labor, dignity of labor as well, good working conditions for them as well. For 1.5 hours of a time, we sort out entire dry waste of the complex with a saleable, non-saleable. Cartons, copra shells, e-waste as well, everything, daily basis. Recently we have sold out, 3 days back, we sold out e-waste valued 8-10,000 rupees. Well, we are talking about multi-hundred tons, multi-hundred rupees. And in 2 years of time, since we started this endeavor, 3 years actually, 3 years of effective waste management, we have earned revenues of almost 29 lakhs already we have earned. So we are talking about 200 tons of dry waste that we have already sold. So every month that we pay to the vendor to dispose of the waste, we earn equivalent amount by way of selling and managing it well. And we have space. Not every apartment may have space, but we have space. And we are making good working conditions as well on there. I will also talk about some governance in the executive committee as well. And I do provide advisory services to multiple other societies as well on this. But before that, on housekeeping, what did we do? We optimized our cost in housekeeping substantially. We were spending good manpower day after day to sweep and broom the parking lots. You also would have parking lots. Bigger apartments have bigger challenges. Smaller apartments have smaller challenges. Go back and evaluate whether there is a need to broom every day, whether your floor is generating dust, because dust is not coming from outside. Most of the time, because of the bad design of your floor, that floor might be generating cementitious dust. And if that is the case in your apartment complex as well, it's time you get the coating done. We were facing that problem. There was a cementitious dust which was getting generated every day. And we would deploy our resources every day to just keep cleaning it. And it was huge manpower deployment. So we started the endeavor of painting the floors with a transparent color, which cement will be seen as cement as well. Okay, no color, zero color, neutral color. And now our effort in cleaning the floors is substantially reduced. So at one point of time when we used to have 40 resources plus 2 supervisors, now we have 29 resources plus 2 supervisors. So almost 30%, 25 to 30% of optimization already done there. There are many other optimizations that we have done on greenery, landscaping. We have optimized, we have given them hedge cutters, all machines possible. Lawn mowers, hedge cutters, grass cutters, weed cutters, so that the productivity of the persons increase, the quality outcome increase, and for past 3 years, we are proud in saying that not a single leaf, twig, branch, anything has gone out of the complex. We have set up 3,000 cubic feet of capacity in the form of mesh chambers. We got it fabricated in-house. In-house means we did the word vendor. 22 odd chambers of 150 cubic feet capacity across the complex at various locations. We are talking about 4-5 acres of greenery, 6-7 different locations it is placed. Total 22 chambers of 3,000 plus cubic feet capacity. Wherever there is a generation of leaf, there is in the vicinity there is a chamber. So we are using it, and there is earthworms are eating. We are manufacturing a best quality vermicompost, which we have empowered, or we have permitted the staff to keep taking that, and how much we can utilize, we use it. But whatever we are not able to utilize, our staff takes it and they earn their living as well by selling it to whatever way. So we permit them under a gate pass regime. We have set up a channel on Apna complex. There is a facility. Somebody would have Apna complex, somebody would have the My Gate. You can set up a facility. There is a booking facility for space, room usage. Set up a facility for selling of compost. Make it chargeable, 120 rupees for 30 rupees. The moment any booking happens, you would know that booking has come. You have a channel to go and hand it over 2 kg of compost. This way, you increase the utilization of or consumption of this compost that you produce in-house into the balconies. Very easily, no fuss here. We have done that. We have also used the same facility management tool of the platform to channelize the newspaper disposal at doorstep. So we have tied up with a kabadiwala. Now that is something that we know that this kabadiwala is a good, genuine guy. He is giving good rate. So you have to identify your kabadiwala nearby. Ask people to book their disposal on the app and allow that aggregation on a one specific day. You can configure everything in the backend. In the backend, you can configure everything. So let the disposal aggregation happen for that one single day. On that day of the week, the person comes, he gets a list, goes and picks up everything. So this is one convenience that you can add to your apartment complex and the community living, and you can make it the user experience a little better that way. So on the governance part, on the MC governance, please see that all the agendas are pre-listed, they are all defined. The discussion happens based on the agenda items. The minutes are drafted and public to put to draft amongst the EC members for some time, 2 days, 3 days, for seeking objections, release them to the public. My observation is that not many associations, in fact 90% of associations are not releasing the MOMs to the general body. The internal functioning of the MC has to go to the general body. Every time that you meet, it is not happening in many of the societies that I know of. Please see that the governance is a little more transparent there. It is very helpful. These are small things, and I'm sure you will have many more things to share, and we'll be happy to listen to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Karthike. Like I say, I think you guys manage many cities by yourself. One question that I had, you mentioned something called VFD. It flew over my head. What is VFD?
In water pumping, motor actually needs to acquire a torque. When you put in a voltage, it creates a torque in the motor. And it will depend upon how much load it has to pump up, at what height, and how much it has to pump up. Now, what happens is, the motor has certain rating, HP rating, current rating. And by way of certain drives, some electronic devices, the RPM of the motor can be controlled optimally to the point that it rotates as much and consumes as much current as it actually needs to pump it this much. And you should not run arbitrarily for the full RPM, even though the load may not be that much. So if you can control the RPM of the motor, you control the current of the motor. And if you control the current of the motor, you control the wattage requirement of that, the unit requirement of that motor. So vario frequency drives, it variabilizes the frequency, which in turn variabilizes the RPM, which in turn improves the current optimization requirement, and will therefore add efficiency in your pumping. Now this typically would be required will be helpful where you have pumps of 10 kilowatt, 20 kilowatt, 50 kilowatt. Typically in a society as big as ours, where the requirement of the pumping is quite much, a typical pump will be of 20 HP, 30 HP. You go back and see what's there in you, or in your case. If that is a requirement, and if you do not already have a VFD, vario frequency drive, then it is a time where you can think of investing in it. And a VFD of the matching scale would be of 80, 90,000, 1 lakh or so. And in turn, the current will be controlled, the energy efficiency will be better. That is where it helps.
So basically what you're doing is you're actually building efficiency in terms of the consumption. I mean, through the sequence that you mentioned on how much power consumption happens in the water pump. Interesting. The other question that I had for you, because you mentioned that you did a lot of optimization on the load, electricity load, through efficient devices, essentially, right? Efficiency of utilization of electricity. So a lot of load got unlocked, which means your sizing of your solar also accordingly came down. Are you thinking of considering of discharging that much amount of load as well from the connected load point of view, because that contributes to the fixed charges of your BESCOM. That might be a good thought to get.
Yes, yes, precisely that is on the cards, and we are studying our now recent, whatever is the improvement that we have done. By the end of this year, this year will be too early, by the end of but in the first half of the next year, we are planning to reset the sanction load so that we save on the fixed charges. It is happening on the cards.
Just for, I think, everybody's knowledge and attention, I mean, I don't know how many of you have sort of dug deeper into that. Your electricity bill has two parts, basically, right? One, which is something called fixed charges. That depends on how much of sanctioned load that you have. That's always fixed. Whether 1 unit of power that you use or you don't use anything at all, you have to pay that much amount of bill, which is fixed charges. Then there is a slab-based cost that you pay depending upon the number of units of power being consumed. Now the fixed charge is dependent on sanctioned load, right? A lot of times what happens is when you buy your apartment and the building is getting constructed, the builder would have done the sizing of the load which is required on a certain calculation and a basis. That need not necessarily be very optimal. It will possibly be much more than what you need the power for, right? And sometimes there's also calculations around peak load consumption, right? Which means they would have sized it for when everything is running together and so many things are running simultaneously, etc. So in some sense, to assess back what your sanctioned load is, are you really utilizing that much or not? Is so much required or not? And is there an optimization that you can do in terms of the electricity charges that you pay every month? By reviewing that sanctioned load, connected load, is a good chance to save money. I mean, there's something else which is going on with BAF which is connected to that. That's why I'm mentioning that. We recently had a conversation with the Karnataka Electricity Regulatory Commission, KERC. Now, they are the regulator who manages BESCOM and all the other electricity supply companies. One of the things that has come to our attention, right, is there a lot of times the apartments have a fire management system which is part of connected to the electric supply. And there's a sanctioned load which is attributed to that fire system. Now, a fire system or a fire reaction system is something which is typically not used on a daily basis, right? It only is used and comes to use at the time of an emergency. Hope not, it should not happen. But having said that, it is a one-off use case. So we are now evaluating within BAF two things, and I would welcome anybody who have experience in that to join a part of a technical committee to do an assessment. One thing that we are trying to determine is it necessary for a fire system to be connected to the main electric supply for it to be relevant and kick in when a fire happens? Because there's one theory which says that when fire happens, the electric supply should shut down. It's a safety issue. Gautam is shaking his head, which is why I started the conversation by saying there is a technical assessment which is required on that part. But having said that, now our analysis is that if the fire equipment can really be disconnected from the power supply, then there's an opportunity for that much amount of sanctioned loan to be not required. And you're paying a lot of fixed charges around that. But if the connectivity is indeed required, if the technical determination says that, you know, the fire system actually should be connected to the power and it should not be disconnected for various reasons, 1, 2, 3, we are trying to see whether we can get some influence from policies which have been implemented in some other states. I do believe that there are a few states who have said that, you know, emergency equipment like fire can be part of your sanctioned load, connected load, but they will not be priced for fixed charges when the bill happens, basically. So you can discount that much amount of load because the assumption is that its use will only happen rarely or never at all, right? So I think the sanctioned load, connected load part of your electricity system has a huge implication on cost. because they directly translate to fixed charges. So I just wanted to leave that one point with you all. We'll probably soon do a communication with all members to understand. I think one of the things that's why I was interested in seeing whether there's an assessment of a sanctioned load versus actual utilization of a load. But you're going in that direction basically, because that can be a good point of cost savings. Huge amount of basically, right? Like a house which in a residential, not an apartment, right? An individual residential house with 10 kilowatt sanctioned load, technically will pay about 1,100 rupees per month as fixed charges, even if you don't use any electricity. So you can imagine that for larger systems, it can be few tens of thousands of rupees or lakh. In your case, I'm sure the fixed charges is in the order of a few lakhs of rupees every month. Yeah, so that's one point. Any other topic that we want to pick a discussion on, debate on, questions on? Sorry? Okay. Yeah. So, by the way, there was a circular in 2016 which BESCOM office memo notification which said that you should not consider fire load for this thing. In fact, a sort of a colleague of mine in my complex had taken that up and fished that out and gone to BESCOM, and at that point of time got a confirmation saying that yes, this is the true notification, but they have not implemented it. So that fight is still on, because there's a significant amount of saving which can be done on that account. Correct. 40 kilowatts basically, right? So electric load in an apartment complex, assessing, reassessing it and reducing consumption can be a huge cost saving. Yeah. Painting. Okay. I'll quickly get any quick thoughts. Any other input, suggestions, questions on any other topic, not on what we discussed today? Yeah, go on.
I wanted some clarity on sanitation charges of BWSSB. I think we had some cases, in the case study. And secondly, this is a request from my end. I think most of the things that we resonate here, right, are the problems of larger apartments. So small apartments, like mine is 40 apartments. So our problems are unique, different, and the things that larger apartments think of probably doesn't resonate with us. So is there probably a way to tap in related people so that we can connect and see how best we can solve our related stuff? Thank you.
Actually, good points. Any specific question you had on sanitary charges, or just to understand what's the context of sanitary charges basically? What was the question around sanitary charges?
I think in the case there was one mention of reversal of sanitary charges from BWSSB. I wanted some context on that.
Yeah. So in the BWSSB supply bill, usually to apartments, the common bill that comes, because water is supplied by BWSSB commonly, not individually, right? So you will get a common bill which has broadly three components. One is the water bill itself, how much water, based on the number of kiloliters that you consume. And if people don't know, for apartments, we are classified under something called bulk consumers. So we pay at a flat rate per kiloliter. If I'm not mistaken, something like 21 rupees, 22 now, 22 rupees per kiloliter is what we pay, depending on the number of. So to look at whether that meter is efficient or not is first point of interest. We also have to make sure that it's actually recording correctly what we are consuming. Second is this item called sanitary charges. So sanitary charges pertains to the money that you pay for using BWSSB's drainage system. So if you don't have an STP in your apartment complex, for small ones, they don't need to have an STP. Small ones prior to 2016. 2016 onwards, 20 and above need to technically have a STP. So if you're not somebody who doesn't have an STP or don't need to have an STP, you're connected to the BWSSB's underground drainage network. We call it UGD for short, basically. When you say somebody saying UGD, that's BWSSB's drainage network. Raw sewage goes into it. That is supposed to get treated by them, by BWSSB. So what you're paying is actually for them to offer that service for taking your sewage and treating it. So that's what we pay, and it is typically a percentage of the water that you consume. 25% of the water bill are the sanitary charges. Logic being the amount of sewage that gets treated by BWSSB is proportional to the amount of water that you consume. So that's why it's fixed at 25%. So the more a particular month water bill is there, the more the sanitary charges. That's what you pay for treating water. Then there is something called borewell charges, if you would have noticed. So if you have a borewell in your apartment, then they will put a certain, again, it's a percentage, I think, in terms of the, 100 rupees per flat. Okay, so depending on the number of houses that you have into 100 is the borewell charges basically. Now there are 2 points of interest as far as sanitary charges and borewell charges are concerned. First of all, if you don't have a borewell or your borewell is dry or you're not using borewell, by the way, there was a logic and a fight. I have received a lot of questions where people said, I have my own borewell, why am I paying borewell charges to BWSSB? Right? They are not supplying water, I am having my own borewell, I am paying money to them. It took a long time for us to figure out, and I'm sure a lot of people in BWSSB themselves don't know what borewell. I can challenge you on that basically. Finally, we had a conversation with one good chief engineer in BWSSB, where he said that those borewell charges are to actually compensate for the treatment that you're doing. I mean, the sanitary charges which is getting applicable for treating water that you have consumed from BWSSB, but you are also using water from borewell, which is also going to the UGD. So the borewell charges technically are not for the water, but for the infrastructure and the services that BWSSB is doing on account of the water that you have used and put it into the system. Okay? So, now 2 things. One, if you have an STP and you are not discharging any sewage into the underground drainage network, they should not and cannot charge any sanitary charges. There are many apartments whom we discovered that they not only have an STP, they are not using the UGD BWSSB, they are paying sanitary charges. As of today, if you ask chairman of BWSSB, he'll say, no, we are not charging anybody. But in effect, there are apartments which are getting charged. So if amongst you anyone is there who have an STP, who are not discharging any drainage into the UGD, and you are getting charged sanitary charges, you can demand that it should be discontinued, and you can possibly also claim refund for whatever historical, if you prove that from a certain period of time you had fully functional STP and all the drainage was being treated over there, and you are not even connected to the UGD, your UGD connection itself was not there, then clearly from that point of time, the sanitary charges have to be refunded to you. If you need any help, please feel free to connect with Satish or any of us after this. We are happy to help on that front. That's point number 1. If anybody has completely dried borewell, right, no water coming, no use out of it, then also you can go to BWSSB and say, my borewell is not working, I am not taking water from that and I am not contributing to your drainage, so remove that charge. Because at a cost of 100 rupees per household, and I never understand what's the logic they come up with for pricing. For something it's percentage, for something is number of households, it all works in different ways. But having said that, sanitary charges and borewell charges are these 2 components. You can optimize utilization around that depending on whether. So I hope I answered the first part of the question. Second, very good suggestion. I think that's the idea that you're right that a lot of times I get a feeling that for smaller apartments, it's a little bit of a constraint, because in bigger apartments, there's the collective sort of bargaining power, purchasing power, and that strength of the size basically, whereas small apartments, that's a little bit of a challenge. But the way forward is what you suggested as well, right? Can you create a more aggregation of neighborhood, smaller and medium-sized apartment who can then become a more collective entity? So we know that we have clusters for that reason. We want to be able to strengthen the clusters exactly for that reason, right? Today, in an ideal scenario, we want to, you're from which cluster? Jayanagar, right? We actually want a Jayanagar cluster, and Sundar is also from here, from Jayanagar cluster. We want the Jayanagar cluster to be actually reasonably active. I'm just taking that as an example. Meet regularly, partake regularly, etc. So that gives strength, right? Tomorrow, if you, in Jayanagar itself, you can say that, and that there are 15 apartments of size 50 and below, whom we can form a slightly closer alliance for various issues that are affecting you. You can talk to vendors better and all that kind of stuff. So, in fact, I was talking to somebody saying that, in the future, can we have a mechanism where the cluster members can come together and do a group bid for something like solar, for example, right? Like somebody like them, they have 1,900 apartments, they are a big installation themselves. But solar does not matter, right? Together, if 10 apartments come together and each one of them have 30, 40 kilowatt kind of a requirement, and that together becomes 400 kilowatt for one vendor who can give a better price, then why not, right? So definitely cluster aggregation and cluster engagement has many benefits. That's the answer, basically. We need more members to come and say that, together we will engage. So that's the point. Any other questions, queries, points? See, fire NOC, I don't want to touch that topic because there's so much of uncertainty around there. We just recently had a meeting with the latest Director General of Fire Services, Mr. Kamal Pant, who was the earlier Commissioner of Police, by the way. That meeting was very discouraging, to say the least. Why? Because usually the people who are appointed as a DG of Fire Services, it is almost like a pre-retirement job, right? Saying that you now slowly ease off from here. So that person is usually not so interested at all. So he, in turn, reflected back and saying that, such a problem, you all people, you should take it up yourself, NOC. Where are we, we are not creating any disturbance. We have so much issues and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, but let me, having said that, let me give a quick context on what the issues that we are dealing with as far as fire safety is concerned. I hope all of you know that as far as your building is concerned, once when the building gets approved, before OC, there's something called an NOC, the fire NOC which is issued. The fire department issues something, no objection certificate. Then every 2 years, you are supposed to get something called as a clearance certificate, where the fire department team has to visit, come to your building, conduct an audit to make sure that the conditions of the NOC are not, have not been changed. Now the conditions being that you should not have any additional construction which is unauthorized, extra floor, something, etc. Then you should have all fire access paths clear. You should have fully functioning fire extinguishers. You should have a fire plan. You should have trained your people and all that kind of stuff. So they do the assessment for that. Now, the problem with the fire department is that they don't have enough staff to be able to do this across the city of Bangalore. They have hardly, that's what he said, I think they have a team of about 500 people. And this includes people who have to fight the fire when fire happens, which is their fundamental duty, right? Not during auditing and inspections, etc. So there are 2 or 3 things that we are pushing and lobbying with them for. So one of this is this inspections itself does not happen very regularly. And we have seen from our own experience, unfortunately, that apartments and our own members are not very conscious and to that extent interested in building fire safety sufficiency in their own complexes as much. Unfortunately, something like fire safety becomes a back burner issue. It only comes into attention when suddenly an incident happens somewhere, and after that everybody forgets about it. It's like literally like health. People don't care about health, and at some point of time when something happens, then all hell breaks loose, right? So this, in our own opinion in BAF, having this once in 2 years, a sort of an audit and checking and making sure that everything is in place is a good practice. In the previous dispensation before Mr. Kamal Pant, there was a set of recommendations which was made where they said, instead of the fire people itself, firemen itself doing the audit, they had recommended that we should have some empaneled sort of auditors so that that inspection capacity can be increased. They had also increased the cost of that once in 2 years compliance manifold. So today, each tower, each building that you have, which is 21 meters and above, if it is 21 meters, roughly means ground floor plus 6, G plus 6, 3 into 3 sevens are 7 floors, G plus 5 or 6 basically. If you are above that, you have to go through it was 15 meters, now it has become 21 meters. You have to do once in 2 years the inspection. For each building, they have defined the cost as 50,000 rupees. So, how many blocks do you guys have? So into 50,000. I know that. 50,000 into 7 is 3.5 lakhs. Again, it has a variation in terms of height again and all that. So a few lakhs at least is. We have done a detailed assessment where none of the other states have this kind of a pricing regime, right? Which is making it even more disincentivized. First of all, people are not interested. Then you are saying you have to pay such a high price, so people don't do that. So we have given them a full assessment to say, hey, I think you should make this cost very, very minimal. It should not be so costed at all. So that is one more submission that we have made. The third thing is that there's one old law which says, I don't know how many of you know this, 40% of the residents should be visiting one fire academy in Bannerghatta Road and go through a training. Okay. Sorry? No, sir. As part of CC requirement, that rule still says RA Mundkur Academy in Bannerghatta Road, you have to visit, 40% of the residents have to get trained. True. So, yeah. It is written on the NOC as well, right? Now, huh? Oh, it's a 3-day training. I didn't know that also. 3-day training of 40% of residents. Oh, you have to pass the test as well. I mean, this is probably not put so much effort in our college exams as well, right? So, very, very disincentivized to follow rules is my assessment here, right? You are making it so tough, people will not follow the rules. So, they know that. As of now, what I understand is as far as the training condition is concerned, they are not denying the CCs as far as training condition is concerned. So, Kamal Pad's question to me was, who is objecting? You tell me. Kardo na? We are not objecting. I have passed CC where that condition is not been met, right? But my point to him is that, sir, it can't happen kardo na, right? It's not like, we have to document and say that that should not be required, basically. So one recommendation also has happened from them saying that that requirement of 40% of residents going to some place to do training is not necessary. It should and can happen in-house in your own complex. And again, the 40% of residents going through a training is impractical. So they have changed the percentage to say a combination of your staff. No, they made a combination which says that a combination of your staff as well as some residents to then get trained. That's a more practical suggestion because, right? So, sorry? I would congratulate you to say if 20 people have even gone there and done the training base. So, see, these are all things which are caught in. And by the way, I have had an opportunity to do a little bit of a deep dive on this, where all these things are coming from, which law which comes from on this fire safety, etc. The source to the fire safety law can be traced back to something called as the Mysore Boilers Act of 1967. Okay. Now, by its very definition, it's an industrial act. A lot of provisions in that were actually specifically for industries to be compliant for safety, etc. and all that. They have literally borrowed, and over a period of time, it has become applied to residential. Similar in STPs, etc., industrial sort of factory from classifications become the residential. So there's a whole problem of mess of how laws and policies are defined today as far as residential apartments are concerned. But having said that, we have to get more into its detail. We have to understand where the inefficiencies are. A lot of times, the example of borewell and sanitary charges that I told you, BWSSB people, half of them don't know what that charges are. So we have to become more aware. We have to impress upon them. We have to fight a battle. Slowly, I think, as part of BAF, we are getting more and more access and visibility. They listen. They are willing to. Recently, we had a meeting with Principal Secretary of Environment and Ecology on the aspect of reuse of treated water. So he's made a visit to Yelahanka zone to look at how we can pilot it, etc. So we want, as part of BAF Hasiru, we want to also take the treated water reuse as a big thing because many of you have STPs where a lot of excessive treated water is there. Of course, today it was also a part of discussion. So some of the things that we want to take it up at a large scale, but that will also require a lot of support on inputs, information, data from you. Because if you don't support it that with data, right, then nobody will listen to us on that front. So I would request today is a start, but you are the first champions who have come over here to participate. I do hope a lot of you, the other idea is that, with this Hasiru group, I hope most of you have joined the WhatsApp group called BAF Hasiru. That literally, we want it to be a group of champions, right? People who are able to actively promote and bring best practices in your own communities, exchange views, etc., which can also be useful for the wider members. So please do participate actively in that group. Share things that you are doing, give suggestions when somebody is asking a question. If you have an input, please do share, right? Because a lot of times you have the answers yourself. We cannot, it is physically impossible for us to moderate, be available over there, etc. It has to work like a community. And I would want to leave that with a note to say that, we need more and more people to come join the champions group, leadership group, whatever you want to call it. Because at the end of the day, time, passion is finite. It is not infinite. And the opportunity and what we can do is so much, right? Just between a few of us, we sometimes end up taking 3, 4 meetings, 5 meetings in a week, during the week, right? This is official meetings, KSPCB here, KERC there, etc. Because these meetings happen randomly, they'll just confirm. So it does require some bit of commitment, but my point is that if we can all join forces and bring our own interests, it will be much, much more easier, and it will make them much, much more accountable. So, is there Vinay, any thoughts? Our committee is finally getting up.
Okay. Only one request, Vikram. See, as we know that all our apartment or associations are maintained by us, whether it's a safety, security, hygiene, health, or maybe internal roads or the park nearby, or water treatment and everything. So in spite of government is demotivating and giving more and more trouble, apart from that levying of the huge penalties of non-compliance for whatever be the reason. Even for that matter, even government is not complied in various aspects of it. But coming on heavy on this, on the office bearers, which is also a criminal offence sometimes. So it's all a thankless job. I hope all of you agree for that. Somewhere we have to represent with the numbers, with the impact of it. See, they should incentivize rather than demotivate by levying of the penalty or sending a notices. Recently somebody was telling BBMP has sent a notice, give the list of residences. So in spite of that, we are paying a property taxes, and which is more higher than the individual houses. So these are all something which the numbers I am sure that we can represent for the entire through Mr. Rajiv sir, and we can get some benefit and incentivizing this itself rather than to penalizing that. That's what one of the thought.
No, fair enough. I think, see, one of the things that we have realized, Vinay, is that if there is self-sufficiency that we can build with cost effectiveness, so today's retrofit workshop was an example, we'll do more. So as much as possible, be self-sufficient. We have enough examples now, and it is cost efficient as well. So then the dependency itself reduces, right? Why put yourself to something where there is uncertainty of cost, etc. But penalties, negatives, policy, see, we have noticed that it's easier to look at groups of citizens, consumers. Apartments are aggregated residents, basically. It's easy to identify bulk consumers, bulk generators, etc. is the tag that keeps getting given. I think on that we have to push the boundary politically, right? The size and collectiveness will definitely help. Going forward, I think as much as possible, even for official meetings and stuff like that, I think we have to have more and more representatives to join in. Please do come, because that also will build more pressure and influence on people to say that, there are real people of across Bangalore who are coming and representing on this issue, basically. But yeah, point noted. If the committee is completed, sir, can I invite you to do one, actually the prizes we can do, but maybe let me invite, can I invite Ajay, Jay and Sriram, if you guys can do. We will please do the honors of distributing the participation certificates, if you can. Yes, that's what I do. Yes, the finale is that one. Can we? No, but I'm specifically calling out because I wanted to recognize the role played by Jay and Tulshe from Zero to Positive, Ajay, Manisha from Bangalore Creative Circus, and Sriram and team, his colleagues, Karthik, everybody's been over here in helping. They brought in a lot of outside in perspective for us to think and say, you know, what should be the format, how should we take it forward. So this is not just one activity that is being taught. Like I said, BAF Hasiru is a long-term program. It should happen in multiple locations. So all credit to them. So I would request you guys to come here and do the honors of Pradeep. You want to just, we'll call out the names. Yeah, we'll names basically. For the giving out guest of honor.
All right, we would like to award these certificates for all the participants. So as we call your names, please come over here and accept the certificate. Along with that, you'll get a seed pencil. A seed pencil is something that you use and then put it in the ground and it will grow into a plant. Jay? Not necessarily in any order, but then Avinash Hegde. He's left? Okay, you can take it. I can give it up to him. Okay. Ravi Mukundan. Yes, please, a good round of applause. Thank you, Ravi, for coming. Next is Gopi from Akriti Silverline. Gopi, is he here? I think he's left. Vivek from Shanti, Cooperative. Shanti Cooperative. Vivek? Left, I think. Okay. Asma Sharif from Sri Tirumala Sarovar. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for coming. Gyan Iyer, Brigade Metropolis. Is Gyan here? Or I think one more person will come? No, only Gyan. John Thomas, my friend, Prestige Greenwoods. Yeah. Thank you. Lalit from Kirti Flora. Thank you, Lalit. Vijay Banu from Satwa Green, Salarpuria Greenwich. Vijay Banu ma'am, please come. And Archana ma'am, you too. Thank you, ma'am. Preston De Silva from Century Saras. No, okay. Pankaj Payal, he's also from Century Saras. Next is Vishnu Mohan from Sri Ram Shreyas. Vishnu. Vishnu Mohan, yeah. There. And we have Vinay T, Park West Apex. Sri Saur, ST Saursi. And Chanchal, please come, Chanchal. Thank you. And next is K. Vasudev from Provident Wellworth. Thank you, Vasu. Kavita might have left, no? In fact, she wanted to go in the afternoon. I said, you will violate. You will stay here for the game, and she did. Then Dominic Joseph from Shobha City. Dominic. Ramakrishna, 1 Bangalore West. Ramakrishna might have left. Is Ravi Kumar here, Assets Lumos? Ravi is also left. Yeah. Is not right? Okay, I'll collect that. I'll correct that. And you have Jayashri Trivedi, Ajmera Greenacre, Jayashri. Next is Joe Christopher from Mahavir Season. I'll say it last. Joe Christopher Nandi Deepa?
Yes.
Yes. Gautam Kamath. Gautam. Thank you, Gautam, for participating. Altaf. Altaf is here. Prestige. Notting Hill. My brother used to stay next door, so I always remember Notting Hill. Ravi Pai, Niranjan, and BR Pai, sir. Please come, both of you. Yeah.
But why is it written as Niranjan?
No, there were many Ravis, so Niranjan Central is the name of the building.
Okay. Your name of your apartment is Niranjan Central? Correct. Okay.
And Mr. BR Pai also. Sheikh Muhammad. Sheikh, is he here? Sheikh? He left. And Shekhar Prabhakar from left. Okay. And Mr. Jayaprakash, B. Jayaprakash. Shobha Opal. Oh, sorry, Hinduja Lakeford. Thank you, sir. Sridhar from Aryan Opulence. Sridhar, please come. Mr. Sahu. Yeah, Kanucharan Sahu and Maniganan. Please come. Devakumar from Pride Pristine. Devakumar here? No. Ramesh. Ramesh from Arat Milano. Yeah. Kartikeya Khanna and Sri Balaji. Both are from Western Heights. I think we need to visit you. A lot of points to. Sri Ramachandran from DSR Woodwinds. And lastly, Jayanta Sen, Golden Blossoms. Of course, we have KC Venkatraghavan from Principal Corner. Yeah, anyone whose name I haven't called, it's possible. Two names, is it? Okay, I'll just make a note of it. KCV, yeah. KCV is also part of Bangalore Apartment Federation. He lives in Principal Corner, one of our members. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I need to write that name. I'll need just 2 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks everyone for participating and sticking around for the whole day. We're on to the last couple of things. If I can invite Shriram to please present.
Sir, thank you so much.
Another one, Vikram. There. Like we did in the morning, if we can just request you to please scan the QR code just to gather some quick feedback on what you've learned from the day. Just a couple of words again. We're going to kind of look at where we started with in the morning and now seeing at the end if some of those kind of expectations from the day were met. So if you can just scan this and share, we'll be able to very quickly put on the results. Okay. Thanks everyone for participating and sticking around for the whole day. We're on to the last couple of things. If I can invite Shriram to please present.
Sir, thank you so much.
Another one, there. Like we did in the morning, if we can just request you to please scan the QR code just to gather some quick feedback on what you've learned from the day. Just a couple of words again. We're going to kind of look at where we started with in the morning and now seeing at the end if some of those kind of expectations from the day were met. So if you can just scan this and share, we'll be able to very quickly put on the results. Yeah, can everyone open that, see this? Okay, so I think some of the key ones, sustainability has come up again. That's the key word from today. Networking, so that's great to see the fact that there is the community that's also, coming together. We see solar, that's a big one, and we're hoping to bust the myth that solar is expensive or solar is impractical. And a couple of others, STP without maintenance, green solutions, energy saving techniques. So thanks everyone for participating and making this possible. And we will be sharing some of these collaterals that have come out from today. This will also go on to the Hasiru website. So yeah, thanks for sharing all of this. On to the last piece, the exciting piece, the results from all the case studies. Let me invite Shriram, who was one of the judges on this, to share a little bit of insights and call out the winners.
Thanks, Jay. First of all, there's this, recently we were trying to procure a place and we sold it off. But during the whole buying it and going and registering our apartment, because I work in climate change, the MC invited me for a lot of meetings. And there was a lot of infighting and they were asking me to figure out if I wanted a post. and it's a new community, and I was telling them, this is the most thankless job in the city. Being an MC, being a member who's actively working for the community, because if everything goes well, nobody notices you. If one thing breaks, you're all, you get brickbats. So kudos to you all. I really think you should pat yourselves. So a round of applause to all of you to being active members of your community. I think from when I've been chatting with Vikram, Pradeep and Satish, I have nothing but respect for you people. I tried to work with RWS long ago. I know the challenges from this side as well as from that side. And so, yeah, thank you for being patient throughout, and everybody's spoken what we want to do over the next 12 months and beyond. So I'll hold off on that. Coming to a couple of things, what Jay showed, right? What is interesting is sustainability is holding on. There's this joke now in my line of work, climate change and sustainability, that by 2030, Earth will be 1.5 degrees hotter. There will be water level rise. All this, but there's also this theory that sustainability will be the most used word and the least understood word. So we are going in that path. So sustainability is in the middle. It's great to see. It's good that it's taking wings, and we are all very happy. The second word, solar, stood out. Which is again interesting because now I have all your calculations, right? What is exciting, and EcoSuit should be happy because solar seems to be the most mature solution from all the groups. Everybody spoke, calculated, mentioned, they all strategically chose solar. So that was good to see. I'm not going to go through everything, but what I would like to say is, again, there was very detailed discussion. It clearly shows. So thanks to all of you, and I hope you take back something for your own community, what to do, right? Every group and the scoring was very, very tight. It was good to see that. It's good to see that you've taken seriously a game. So great, thank you. So another thing I wanted to say before I get to the telling about this, because sustainability is in the middle. So bear with me for 1 minute more. I'll talk a little about that. How do you measure sustainability? How do you measure climate impact? There is no one straight way, is the normal parlance, right? We talk in energy, we talk in water, we talk in waste, which are all required. The one single language we are using, I'm sure all of you heard the term net zero, right? Everybody's talking we as a country want to be net zero by 2070. Nobody has defined what is net zero, but we decided. The people who decided, I have a feeling, are confident they won't be in 2070, so they come up with that. So the reality is defining net zero is very important. I don't think we do enough. So for this event and for all subsequent BAF events, we decided one net zero. We decided that we are going to be carbon zero. And so I'm very happy to say that we calculated a carbon footprint for today's event. And we calculated in a way where we included on an average about 10 kilometers travel for each of you on a four-wheeler. Your food, the electricity here, the printouts we've given you, the gifts we've given you, everything included. We've calculated the carbon footprint, and it's been done efficiently. Everything is local, right? So the carbon footprint is equivalent to less than 3 trees to be planted. And so we're going to plant that. So BAF should be very happy that this is a carbon neutral event. And that's big kudos to you all. So, okay, now I'll get to the last one. As you know, there were two cases. We gave you a case 1 and case 2. Case 1 was a 350 apartment community. Case 2 was a 1,000 apartment community. The discussion was very detailed. A quick round of applause to Satish for sure and Pradeep to creating this. I think that was very well thought through. Now a plug for 15 seconds. Time me on this, but for those of you who need this kind of calculation of what is possible for community, do reach us. We have a platform. Normally we work for new buildings. We work with real estate developers to say, if you want to do something, you want to make your project sustainable, we'll define that net zero for you. If you come and tell us that, hey, my built up area is 4 acres or 400,000 square feet, and I have 1,000 apartments, etc., we can calculate your carbon, we can calculate your water savings, energy savings, and the solution providers. So if you want to do down the line for your communities, please feel free to reach out to smarterdhamma.com. That's it, 15 seconds? Okay, so case one, again, there were very nice things, but the winner is Water One, the group Water One. Woo! So, I'd like BAF President Sir to give the prize. So, Water One, as they're getting the gifts, I will talk about what they did. Water One gave a very clear cost-benefit analysis. Water One gave very clear cost-benefit analysis. What stood out for us was a strategy of the solution selection. And there was a nice blend of short-term versus long-term value add for the company, for the community. So I think there was, that combination was very, very good. So Water One, congratulations. In fact, they even calculated what is possible from a loan versus what will they invest and where will that investment go. So very detailed. Thank you. Your MC is proud of you. You would have done even more. Oh, fantastic. Thank you, thank you. So for the case 2, which was a little more complicated, Earth One won the prize. So Earth One also was very, very good on the cost-benefit analysis. The solution selection again stood out. Solution selection logic was very clear. I think and some of the detailing of the solutions was well mentioned. I think that was the other thing that stood out. So congratulations, Earth One. Yeah, so there were. Yeah,
Just in case you all don't know what this is a glass that you all can carry around, so no more using sort of plastic glasses or paper glasses anyway. So thank you.
So we want to continue decarbonization. Yeah, I think nothing else on the awards. One last thing, we're going to also thank our vendors, partners who have come here. I just want to mention one thing on that. I think please do reach out to them. We carefully chose one each. We do not want to have a mailer and have 20 vendors here and you're scratching your head whom to talk to. So we curated and identified these vendors. Do reach out to them. They're great in their solutions. They'll do. Yeah, thank you and have a nice Saturday.
Okay, we're just about ready to close. If I can just invite some of the solution providers again who've stuck around. I'll go in order again. EcoSoch, we can invite them. And if Satish, you can just hand over the... Thanks. Yep. Okay, next we have Mr. Ari. Ari, is he still around? Yes. Ari with AB Ceramics. Next, can we invite Tarun from Eco STP? And finally, Vikas from Boson Whitewater. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I think Urban Civic and both Rainy Filter had to leave early. But yeah, thanks to all the solution providers to make this possible. And finally, over to Vikram to wrap this up or just get this started in some sense.
That's a good statement to make. Yeah, I think I would like to echo that sentiment, right? Let's get this started. This is not ending over here. At BAF Hasiru, sir mentioned saying nobody is speaking Kannada. Sir, Hasiru ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಸೆಂಟಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಬರಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ, ರೈಟ್? ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಏನದು ಅಂತ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ಹೋಪ್ಫುಲಿ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಮೇಡ್ ದಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಟುಡೇ. I hope everybody over here goes back with the spirit, whether you understand Kannada or not, that Hasiru stands for something. It stands for our own efforts, our own learning, and our own sharing between each of us to make our communities much more greener, efficient, sustainable. And at a BAF level, this is a very important program. It's an extremely important program because this will influence a lot of policy, a lot of change of guidelines, etc. We want, Vinay, as you said, the government to incentivize and encourage more adoption, not disincentivize good behavior, basically, right? A lot of times, if you disincentivize, people will not follow. That's a common logic, right? If you scold a child, it will say, I will not do this. But if you incentivize, maybe it will do, right? So that's what we want to bring the power of the collective effort. So thank you all for joining in today. I really appreciate the fact that you have spent one full day. I think that for me is real commitment, having come from so many different corners of the city. So thank you once again. There will be many more things which will continue after this, both in BAF and in Hasiru. I would like to invite you all to be a strong part of that, be champions. As you all know, our governing council, our executive council has a 2-year term. For those who didn't know, we all have a 2-year term, right? Our term is coming to an end now. This was technically the last event or an activity that we wanted to do. But for us, this event and this activity was literally the start of, this was a proof of concept to say that, in future this can be grown. But that requires a lot of you to be champions, to be leaders, to give your time, contribution, expertise, skill. So I would like to take this stage to appeal to all of you to join on roles, right, in BAF. Please participate in leadership roles, champions roles, whatever you want to call it. The doors are open. We have a fairly open mechanism for people to play a role. I can guarantee you that it will be a great experience. In some of our cases, basically, we have experienced the high of trying to build a community organization ecosystem which has a huge influence on the city. So I welcome you all to join that. Please do have a great weekend, and we'll all stay in touch through the BAF Hasiru WhatsApp group as well. If somebody is not a part of that, do let us know, and please we'll share the link as well. Can we all gather here once for one quick group photograph, if that is okay? Syed, we can cover.
From morning, the BAF members have engaged us in such an interesting subject, which is very inspiring and motivating on maintaining apartments in Bangalore, giving us an opportunity to interact with each other from various parts of Bangalore apartments. This is a unique opportunity. And as you know, the BAF members, including the General Secretary Vikram, President Nagaraj Rao, Satish, Pradeep, and other members, they are thanking us only. Now I thought we should thank them also for organizing such an event, which gave an impetus to various things in managing the apartments. So I just stood here just as a token to express our My personal and all my thanks on behalf of all of you. I thank BAF members once again for having provided such wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can we just gather over here in 1 or 2 quick lines to have a photograph?
Once more.